No. Hello? Righty, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the City of Plymouth, regular meeting Thursday, June 12th, 2025 at 6:30. Call to order or roll call?
Councilmember Cranford. Here. Councilmember Felina.
Here.
Councilmember Hornish.
Here.
Vice Mayor Nunn. Absent. Mayor Amoruso.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Please everyone stand for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance is to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now I'm seeking approval of the city council regular meeting agenda of June 12th, 2025.
I motion to approve the regular meeting agenda of June 12th. I move to approve the city council regular agenda meeting for June 12th.
Second.
Councilmember Cranford. Aye. Councilmember Felina.
Aye.
Councilmember Hornish.
Aye.
Mayor Amoruso.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment. And public comment, we got a lot of public comments tonight, so they need to be kept to 3 minutes, and we will not give any more time because we got a lot on our agenda tonight, big meeting. So I will first read in, or not read in, but public comment from Amy Gomes to be put into the record. And then let's see, it doesn't really matter how, I guess Rosemary, let's start with Rosemary. Yeah.
Good evening. I have a couple questions about the lack of stuff on the agenda. I was at the last meeting and they were talking about the maintenance restructuring, and the council voted to table it till the June 12th meeting, and I do not see it on the agenda. And there were several people in the audience that also heard that saying tabled till the June 12th, because they were saying the next meeting, but the city manager said that she wasn't going to be here for the last May meeting, so it had to be June 12th. So I'm curious why that wasn't on there. I'm also curious, Councilmember Don Nunn also recommended to revisit the Zoom, revisit the city hours. And I don't see any discussion of that on the agenda either. So I'm just curious on who makes the decision on the agenda if the council members state something, but it's not on that next agenda. So I saw in the minutes that it was tabled for a later date, but that is not what happened at the meeting. So I want some transparency here, some consistency. And the other thing I want to talk about is the fact of going to once a month. There's so many issues going on in the city of Plymouth right now that every 2 weeks, I think it's important that you guys are here to address these issues, because I think they're going to fall under the doormat, to say, because they're not going to get dealt with, because it's going to be a month later. And I don't feel that you're getting enough, us citizens are getting enough transparency out of City Hall for us to feel comfortable with the city staff making decisions for the month when you guys aren't here. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Pinotti? identify themselves? I'm sorry, you're right. Steve?
They don't have to put them on.
Yeah.
Steve Pinotti, Plymouth, California. Couple questions, can't answer them, I guess, because it's just public comment, but I was wondering who authorized the $95,000 for the water rate. I guess the best word would be PowerPoint we saw last week. Don't know if there's more to come or if that was it. Don't know if we paid the 95,000. I seem to remember hearing a council member saying that the deficit for this city was 100 grand, and that would pretty much cinch up the deficit, I would think. Also had same as Rosemary, had a question about the agenda item, so.
All right, thank you. Robert Moody.
Robert Moody. I wanted to thank Mike, but I don't see him here tonight. We did get our
He'll be here
signs down there for the school zone. They're kind of working. I could sit out there the whole last week of school and it's our people that are speeding. It's not the out of towners. It's people dropping their kids off and booking out of town or coming into town. Mike has been texting me on suggestions or whatnot. I want to suggest maybe some writing on the pavement. And I did what you asked.
Yeah.
Called the sheriff.
Yep.
Got a lot of lip service.
I'm sure you did.
They only have 6 officers per shift for the whole Amador County.
Yep.
And I saw them last night at 12:30. Was the first time in almost a week and a half that I saw them over here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gloria?
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Gloria Stoddard. I was the city clerk and administrative assistant for 38 years with the city of Plymouth. I had a couple of things that I was a little concerned about and why the council hasn't done something about it. We had plans that were approved for a lighted parking lot across the road where the pop-up buildings are. I really feel those pop-up buildings were a waste of the city's funds and money. You're not getting your return from what I've been able to watch and see. And then I also had a question in regard to the city employees that are being questioned about jobs that they've done for 17 and 18 years. I'm not going to go into any detail. That's something that's needs to be on the agenda for discussion. And I'd also like to know why items are not on the agenda when asked to be on. So, and I have made myself, and I've made it quite clear since the day I left the city of Plymouth, that if anybody had any questions or concerns, they could get me. The only person that ever contacted me was Selby himself, or Kathleen. I will say Kathleen had called me a couple of times, but nobody has called me from this city to ask for anything. And I did have knowledge of, at one point, of grants being destroyed and that had not been federally approved nor state approved yet as far as audits. And if those were destroyed, when they come to do those audits, God help the city, because I'm telling you, you will pay it back. Sorry.
Thank you. Curtis Cantwell.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Curtis Cantwell. I work as a maintenance worker.
Thank you.
I worked as a maintenance worker too for the city of Plymouth, and I was let go from my job on February 11th of this year. This has been very difficult for me, but I feel I need to speak up and share my experience, not just for myself, but because I believe what happened reflects serious problems that are now affecting other staff members. Since the last time I spoke to you, I've learned that Ms. Roberts reported to the California EDD that I willfully sprayed weeds in restricted areas and that I had been given prior verbal and written warnings. I want to be very clear that did not happen. Before I started spraying, I spoke with my supervisor, Matt, and went over my plans, including which areas I would be spraying. He told me, okay. I sprayed for 3 days, and during that time, my supervisor drove by me multiple times without ever raising any concerns. The first time I heard there was a problem was the day I was fired. There were no warnings, no discussions, nothing before that. The statements made to EDD were false. I have included the documentation for you to review. Because of those false statements, my unemployment benefits were denied and my 30-year career in maintenance was damaged. I have always taken pride in my work and I've never had anything like this happen to me before. In March, the Ag Commissioner reviewed my spray records as part of their investigation. They cited no applicator violations. You have an attachment. The only issue they found was the city did not update their 2025 permit, which was not my responsibility, but Ms. Roberts. In addition, I understand that the council had directed that staffing issues, including my termination, be placed on the agenda. That has not happened, and the matter was never brought forward for discussion, which has led to a hostile work environment for the staff that remain targets of Margaret Roberts. I never imagined I'd be up here standing here having to say these things, but I feel it's important that the council and the public are aware of what has occurred. All I have ever wanted to do is do my job and support my family. I am prepared to pursue appropriate legal steps to ensure these issues are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Giovanni, Janetti. Mark?
I've had two things happen this week on Monday that has never happened to me in my life. I've worked 57 years and I've never been written up. I was written up Monday as per Boone. And the other thing, I was also sent home that same day without pay. That has never happened in my 57 years of working. Okay, maybe it was a misunderstanding, but him and I, you can see the pictures. He told me not to weed eat the ditch across the street where the entrance to the PG&E power plant is. Didn't touch it. So I weed eated the wells. And when I was done with that, I came into town and started weed eating this section here. And he drove up and said, "Hey, what are you doing here? You're on private property." I said, "Well, I'm weed eating." And I said, "Do you want me to stop?" He said, "Yes. As you can see, the job is not done there. That is so close to the road. All it takes is a chain, a cigarette, boom, you got a fire." Okay, I'm trying to do my job. This is something that has been told to me to do for 17 plus years. All I'm doing is my job. And all these different changes are coming about. Okay, great. I can handle it. But I think it's ridiculous, and I want that termination out of my letter, out of my file, and I want my money for that pay for that day. I was willing and able to work, and she sent me home for no reason other than I wouldn't sign the write-up. End of subject.
Greg Wood. No.
I'm Greg Wood. I ran the sewer plant for 15 years. And I'm here because I didn't get a cost of living raise from July 1st to the end of December 31st of 2022. I worked those 6 months, and like everybody else, they got their cost of living raise, and I retired on my terms. I called Margaret and brought it up to her. She goes, without even batting an eye, she says, you're not entitled to it because you're retired. Well, I talked to an attorney, another city manager, and another mayor. And they both said that's crap. It's not right. He also said it was a breach of contract. Because I work for the city, I was under the city's contract. I'm entitled to that money, and if not, I will sue her and the city. I'm getting irritated because this has been going on too long. Another thing that bothers me is all these new hires. When I worked for the city, we had 9 people complete in this town, city manager on downs. We did all the infrastructure work. We did everything. Another guy and I, another maintenance worker and I, we replaced the full water main going up Davis Street and did all the hookups and took care of all the town in 100-degree weather. You got over 30 some odd employees working in this city right now. What is going on? All these family members, here we got the city clerk's got her son working here, her nephew working here. Apparently he was hired, without the job being posted. Nobody could find the posting anywhere. They hired him as a league with no experience, from my understanding. I'd like to find out if there is a posting and see it, please. Okay, another one about all these family members working here. That's nepotism. It's also a hostile work environment for everybody else that works here because they don't know if they're going to have a job tomorrow. She was fishing when she rode up Mark. That guy was my back room man. I worked for Lucky Store for 35 years. He was my back room man. That man was the best employee I've ever had in my life. And she writes him up because she's fishing. She's looking for ways to get rid of people. She wanted to show the council that she wrote him up and sent him home that this is why I want to get rid of him. I know what she's thinking. She's corrupt. We're not going to stand for it. This is going to go further. We already wrote a letter. It's getting ready to be mailed out to the grand jury. We've contacted the labor board, and we've also got an attorney that is willing to take the case. All we have to do is retain him. We're not messing around. We want her terminated. All this unethical stuff is going on, and it's not right. Any of you have any comments?
I have a question. Can you tell me the dates that you just gave in the beginning of your talk with your retirement dates and all of that? Can you
I gave a
repeat those?
year's notice when I retired. I retired December 31st, 2022. And I've been gone.
And when was the COLA? When was the cost of living?
I don't know. She didn't tell me. She wouldn't say.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody else got it. Another thing that really doesn't make any sense is I gave a year's notice so we could train somebody in that plant out there. I'm the only one that knows the inside now. Agency does the bare minimum to keep it running. That's it. They've been sending Matt out there for 2.5 years. The guy hadn't even gotten his Ken Carey course completed in 2.5 years. I did it in 3 months. I had my license the same year and was running the plant. What's going on?
Thank you.
This is mismanagement.
I'm curious, but I'm curious, one question. This COLA that you're talking about, did the employees get that? Is it fiscal year or was it from your date of hire every year?
I'm sorry.
I was just asking about this COLA that you're talking about. You said it was 6 months. Does it go from fiscal year to fiscal year, or are those something that you get from your?
We got, the rest of the employees got paid from July 1st of 2022 to the end of 2022. I worked those 6 months. Everybody else got a raise.
Okay.
I'm entitled to that money.
Okay.
According to the attorney.
That was our question,
That-
because we're not sure of the time frame that you,
Yeah, it was 6 months. It was
Thank
from
you.
July 1st to December 31st, 2020.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
And I got, one more thing. I want a copy of the budget.
You've
And the financial statement.
gone way over your 3 minutes. You can put it right into Margaret or someone in the city that you trust. Sorry.
You got 45 days to terminate her, or we're gonna go full
Okay,
effect.
thank
We're gonna sue the city and we're suing her personally.
Thank you.
Mark my words.
Thank you.
Good evening, Cameron Begbie, business owner, Rotary member and veteran. I just wanted to take a moment and talk about the Veterans Park, if I can. July 4th, we're doing a ribbon cutting at the Veterans Park. If you guys notice, there's a lot of cool things going on. Our granite slabs have gotten delivered, walkways are getting put in. So July 4th at 8:30 in the morning, we're gonna do a ribbon cutting. We have some guest speakers, we have musical guests, we will have waters and, all that stuff out there. We'd love for you guys to come out. It'd take about an hour, so we'll be able to get to the parade, at 10 o'clock. A couple of things Jamie LaBanca wanted me to ask if we could. I do have some flyers for the 4th if you guys wanted them. But we were wondering if we could borrow or work with the city again for chairs for the program at the park. We would need just tables and chairs. I think we're working on tents and stuff. Unless you guys have them, want to donate them, that'd be awesome. Official invites will be going out to the council, so stand by for those if you guys can. We do have the parade PA and announcers and all that secured, and so we just need chairs, but it's to be a cool event. We're super fired up. The Rotary and Jim West and all those guys, Mr. Colburn, have been working their fannies off. So it'll be a good addition to our city, and we're looking forward to doing it.
You had some idea how many chairs you need?
Yeah, how many chairs or tables do you need? What's the
That's
request?
a good question. Jamie threw this on me at the last minute. That's why I ran in here. If I can email you or shoot you guys a call in the next day or two, I'll get that for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The city doesn't have other outlets to get them for you too.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron.
Thank you, Cameron. So any other public comment out there? Not regarding anything on the agenda tonight? Boo?
Boone Davidson, Public Works Superintendent. The write-up was issued by me to Mark Giovanetti after multiple conversations of him wanting to do private properties and me telling him that we don't do that and literally telling him not to do those. That morning we had talked. I told him.
Excuse me, I don't think you can talk
I'm gonna stop you right here.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Hello, City Council. My name is Jim LaQuinn. I live I'm a homeowner in Zinfandel Ridge. And I just have a couple of comments here. This is actually a big day for me because here's my file that I've been working on for the last 2 years to get an RFP out to improve the landscaping on Zinfandel Parkway, as well as the city park up there.
Sir,
Yes?
you would bring that to, that's on the agenda tonight.
I'm sorry?
That's on the agenda.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. I was told that I'd have 3 minutes just to.
Sorry, what he's trying to explain is that the agenda item for this is later and we do public comment
And that's
for
where that
each individual agenda item. So this public comment is for anything that's not on the
On the
agenda.
agenda.
Gotcha, very good. Thank you.
Sorry, I thought it was clear about that, but that's all right. Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will, look, Gloria. You've already talked. We can't. Yeah. We've got. Yeah, okay.
I think we can give her a minute. We've done that for other people. If she can make it really fast, we've done it for a lot of people. She worked for the city for many decades.
Come on, Gloria.
I think we go over that. If you would like to
Gloria,
speak
speak.
again, Gloria, come on up.
Just keep in mind, if you give one person extra time, you're gonna have to give it to
Give
everyone.
everyone, yes.
We've done it before though, many times, so.
I'm sorry, I didn't think of it quick enough when I was up here speaking. This employee that you were dealing with on the grass business, that was requested by property owners years ago to Selby. And they were given that direction to keep that cleaned off because of fire hazard. So if that employee was doing his job, I'm sorry that nobody checked with anybody to find out if that had been approved by property owners or not. Yeah.
Okay. The clerk, please. Thank you. Thank you, Greg.
Okay, presentation for proclamations and appointments. 4.1, presentation from Amador Water Agency General Manager Larry McKinney.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, good to see you again.
Thank you. You
I
too.
know that a number of the council members are newly elected, so there were a couple of items that I wanted to spend a few minutes on with you tonight for information. I want to give you all a little bit of an introduction to what the Amador Water Agency is and what it does, including specifically what it does for Plymouth. I want to talk about the treated water capacity constraints that we have right now with the Tanner Water Treatment Plant that is the source of your treated water here in the city. And I want to tell you what we're doing about that. And then I want to let you know about the rate study that we have underway right now so that the public is able to participate in that. So first of all, my name is Larry McKinney. I'm the general manager of the Amador Water Agency. I've been there for just about 5 years now.
What's your qualification?
It's online.
Order.
My bio is online. The Amador Water Agency. Any event. The Amador Water Agency was created in 1959 by a special act of the legislature with it says that its service area is the entire county. It was created that way so that it could take over water systems, small water systems that already existed and add new water systems. Today, the actual active service of the water agency is for water about 60% of the county population, almost 25,000 people. We do that through services for treated retail service, treated wholesale service, like we provide to Plymouth, and untreated water service. And we operate 6 different water systems, including 4 water treatment plants, including the Tanner Water Treatment Plant that is the source for your treated water. We also provide wastewater service. We have only about 800 customers, but we operate 11 different wastewater systems that those people are spread across. So like most public agencies in this part of the world, one of our challenges is scale. We don't have an economy of scale. We have a relatively small rate base, and it causes costs to run high. We also have supplemental services agreements under which we are providing support for your staff, for River Pines, for both water and wastewater. And then we have supplemental services agreements that we use occasionally with other entities in the county, including Pine Grove Community Service District, the county itself, Volcano Community, their water district, JVID, and others. The really brief history of the services in the county that Amador Water Agency provides. We were originally created in 1959 because of the county's desire to exercise its area of origin water rights. But we didn't actually start operating any systems directly for quite a while after that. When there was a drought in 1977, a lot of upcountry wells dried up, and we built the Central Amador Water Project jointly with the county that brought McKellamne River water to a group of what had been well-served community water systems upcountry. Those have all been combined and consolidated now, and we operate that system. We acquired the Amador water system from PG&E in the mid-1980s. The Amador water system serves all of the cities in Amador County through 2 water treatment plants that came with the system. The Tanner plant is one of those, the one that serves Plymouth. We acquired the service for water and wastewater for Lake Comanche villages from the county in 2001. And so you can see that our agency has a history of consolidating smaller agencies as they needed to become more fiscally viable, usually was the reason. And there is actually a consolidation study related to the Amador water system that's happening right now that's funded by the state as part of their human right to water guarantee. So that's happening now with a consultant that's paid for by the state. The Tanner Water Treatment Plant that is your source of treated water has some serious constraints on its capacity to treat and deliver water right now, which potentially has an effect on new projects and its service area. The capacity constraints on the plant were really highlighted in a 2021 study that we completed that was a comprehensive evaluation of all of our systems. And it was followed up in 2022 by a specific study on water treatment plant capacity for the Tanner and Ione treatment plants, the Amador Water System treatment plants. The study identified deficiencies and identified actions that needed to be taken to improve the plant capacity for reliable service to existing customers and to meet the demand of planned projects. Those projects were divided up into a long-term capital improvements plan to try to spread the expenditures out and make it something like affordable. But the costs are very high. And the first group of projects in that CIP were what drove our rates where we had significant rate increases starting in 2021. It was predominantly to be able to fund those capital projects. A year and a half ago, my board adopted a capacity allocation procedure specifically for the Tanner Water Treatment Plant. Historically, our allocation of plant capacity has been on a first come, first served basis. People would come in and ask for service to be connected, or they would be a developer asking for a will serve commitment. And when they got that commitment, they got in line, and that was their priority of serving them. As of about 2 years ago, we were right up against our plant's capacity to serve, and we had more than a dozen projects that had will serve commitments that were old and were not moving forward, but under our rules, they had priority. We've changed our rules, but we haven't had to enforce that retroactively yet. But we did change our commitments accounting to move those relatively inactive projects to a different category so that we could continue to serve projects that are active and moving forward. As of today, our commitments and the situation that we have with our Tanner treatment plant, I'll give you a couple of numbers. The total maximum treatment plant capacity for production for the Tanner plant is 5.04 million gallons per day. 5.04 million gallons per day, which is treated through a media filter and disinfection. However, we're supposed to operate under our permits under what's called reliable capacity, which is the plant's capacity to produce water with one of its major system components down for service or because of failure. We calculate that that reliable capacity is 4.56 million gallons per day. If you look at the existing customers, including recent connections and will serve commitments today, and our conditional will serves that have treatment plant capacity guaranteed to them because they're in our CFD and pay special tax for that, those come up to 4.54 million gallons per day. So there's our problem. We're right up against our reliable capacity with commitments like that we've made. And we have a lengthy list of other projects that are in the process, in the development process, that are seeking either determinations of water availability, conditional will serves or will serves, or that are in the CFD and maybe aren't moving right now, but they've been told that they will have service when they want to develop. And then we have a long list of other projects that we know about, but that are not in the development process. Projects that are that have conditional will serves with guaranteed capacity include a Plymouth Hotel project, and then projects that we know about that are in the determination of water availability process include the Grellich Ranch subdivision and the whatever the name of the casino project is, the Miwok Band Casino. There's an Acorn Ridge, I think. So when we look down the list at further potential future projects that we have been, people have talked to us about but aren't actively in the process, there's at least 7 of those that are in Plymouth. So we feel very strongly about the fact that we're the water service agency. We're not the land use planning agency.
We want to make sure that we have planned our infrastructure accordingly to be able to meet the demands that come with the plans that the city and the county approve, because that's your purview. So in order to do that, we have capital projects that we've undertaken to try to improve the plant capacity. A year and a half or so ago, we completed a couple of projects to improve the capacity of the Tanner plant, including replacing all the filter media in the treatment train and improving the pipe that goes from the treatment plant to the clear well, which is a bottleneck in our treatment plant process. Those improvements are already reflected in the capacity numbers that I gave you. Currently, we have 3 other capital projects related to the Tanner plant that are in design and completing environmental review. One of those is directly in the plant to try to automate a lot of the controls to maximize the plant's capability to produce water. One of them is to increase our backwash handling facility. We have to backwash our filters periodically. If we increase our production, we have to have more backwash, so we have to build more facilities to handle that. And we are going to build a tank to partially replace our existing clear well, adding capacity and adding the ability to service the existing clear well, because right now it's only one reservoir and we can't take it down to service it. Those projects are costing, nearly $30 million to proceed with. We've grouped those with improvement projects for the Ione treatment plant and for one of our upcountry tank and pipeline projects. Together, those projects, we have a financing strategy that we're implementing to generate about $70 million in debt proceeds, a combination of bonds that we issued in the fall and a federal low-interest loan that we're in the application process for. We expect these projects to be done in about 2.5 years. And when that happens, the Tanner plant will be optimized at its maximum design capacity, and we should have capacity to serve all new demands that we foresee for at least a while. It's not a panacea, but we're also aware that development projects don't always move as fast as developers say they're going to. So we don't want to overspend and overbuild either. So we're proceeding cautiously and trying to coordinate with our partners. Finally, I want to note, we did a major rate study in 2020 and 21 and approved a 5-year schedule of rates. I know that you have a rate study report on your agenda this evening. It's an important topic, obviously, and draws a lot of public attention. Ours certainly did. We had significant rate increases for both retail and wholesale service that took effect in 2021. In July next month, the 5th year of those rate adjustments take effect. We are planning to be back in the bond market next spring, implementing our financing strategy. To do that, we're going to want to get our debt rating, our credit rating reestablished. We've improved our rating significantly in the last 4 years, but we want to get re-rated one more time before we go back into the market. So to do that, we intend to adopt new rates in December that would take effect the following July, but we want those to be approved before we go to the ratings agencies to borrow money again in the spring. So we've selected a rates consultant. They're the same consultants that worked on our program last time, so they already have the model and everything they constructed before. They are updating all that with new information. And in August, we will begin having public meetings with our board and anybody that wants to attend about the rate study. And we expect to have a Prop 218 notice going out probably in late October. So I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that. And if you have questions about that or that I can answer, I can try to do that. And if you don't get our agenda packets regularly and you want to, you can contact our clerk of the board and get on the distribution list for all of our agenda packets.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
When a city makes a development or a development reaches out and asks for a certain number of EDUs and all of that, how long does Amador Water Agency hold on to that potential water usage? What's the timeline on that? If the development doesn't come to fruition?
Okay, that's what I was asking. You don't mean processing time. You mean how long does it stay on the list?
Correct. Like I contact you and I say, hey, we're gonna need 50 EDUs. And you say, okay, great. well, if in 6 years I have no development,
So we're a little bit informal on that part of our list where we have potential projects we know about that aren't moving. We leave them on the list for a long time. We're not, we're not really limited on how big the list can be. I printed this one on larger paper tonight because it's so long that when you print it on letter size paper, I can't read it anymore. But we'll keep it on there a long time. When we get to the point where we've actually made commitments, so if we issue a conditional will serve commitment, that has a 2-year shelf life. When we issue a will serve commitment, that has a 5-year shelf life.
thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to ask some questions. So you're looking over the next 2.5 years, expand to your max capability of production of 5.04 million gallons per day, correct?
I think that number is correct, yeah.
Okay. And
I think that the design capacity we're trying to reach with the Tanner plant is 6 million gallons a day, if I
6 million gallons a
remember
day?
correctly, yeah.
Okay. And then do you foresee that being enough for your current asks that are coming, like Greenwich Ranch and hotel, et cetera?
Yes, for
Okay.
those that are currently in the ask mode, not necessarily
Correct.
all of the future projects we've heard about.
Correct. Do you foresee any need for more water right after the 2.5 years per se?
Well, there's two different things. There's treatment plant capacity and there's water supply.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, our constraint is treatment plant capacity. And it is foreseeable that in a number of years, I don't think it would be soon, but eventually we could have enough demand growth that we would need to start construction of an entirely different plant or plant module or something like that. Keeping in mind that development sometimes, it's always cyclical. It goes up and down with the economy.
Sure.
So it doesn't all happen very fast. And also the fact that we're constantly are improving water use efficiency. And we now have new state regulations on water use efficiency that we're required to meet, and that will dampen the effect of additional demand as well. But it is foreseeable that, off in the distant future, we would have new requirements. Our 20-year capital improvements plan that came out of our water master plan study that was completed in 2021 identified additional treatment plant projects that would be triggered by certain amounts of demand growth. And that update is almost complete with a 5-year update of the master plan study. It'll be taken to our board in two weeks to approve an update of that study. And as a part of that, we significantly altered the way we are projecting growth, which I think puts some of those demands further out in the future than we had thought before. Now, that's the treatment plant part. On the water supply part, there is a limit on our McKellamny River supply to the Amador water system, because when we acquired the Amador water system from PG&E, it came with a guaranteed contractual firm supply of 15,000 acre feet a year. 20 years ago, we were diverting 13,000 acre feet a year, but then we built the Amador transmission pipeline, did a bunch of canal repairs, started pushing water use efficiency, and today we divert about 6,300 acre feet a year. So we have room in our supply to grow, but I'd never say never. For forever's a long time. Eventually, at some point, we could tap that supply out and have to come up with something else. I don't know what that would be off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay. No. Public comment?
Thank you.
Anyone in the public would like to ask any questions?
John Coburn, a longtime resident of the city of Plymouth. I'm born on Main Street in Plymouth. My dad was involved on Board of Supervisors when they made an agreement with East Bay Mud for the purchase of the water of the McCollum River system. And it was such a flawed deal. And it was so embarrassing. And that's how my dad went to the legislature and got the creation of the Amador County Water Agency almost single-handedly back in 1959. So I've been involved along with water and forever. And then when I was on the Board of Supervisors, my request when I had found that Tuolumne County had bought some water rights from PG&E and the water service up there. So we went to our local agent and we were able to negotiate the purchase of the Amador Canal. We had the decision to make whether we wanted to keep that in-house or whether to turn it over to the water agency. And Myra and I finally decided that we'll go ahead and turn it over to the water agency. That's the brief history of that. And then what happened to us here with the city of Plymouth. Of course, we were on a building moratorium for many years because of the capacity of our wells. And we had designed a dam project on Indian Creek. It was we had spent $700,000 on environmental work and stuff. It was moving forward. And the federal government contacted us and said, hey, we have deemed your project too costly for your ratepayers. That dam project was a $7 million project. They wanted us to look into the possibility of joining with a water agency. We said, hey, wait a minute, we got 2 letters on it that they can't service us. And they said, well, they're reconsidering. They forced us in to join in with the pipeline. The pipeline cost was $10 million. Way more than the dam project would have been. And what the pipeline did to us was put us under the mercy of the Amador County Water Agency forever. As far as getting our water, we're unfairly represented in that each member or person that gets water from the Amador County Water Agency has 1 vote in their election process. City of Plymouth has 1 customer. We only get 1 vote. Cities such as Jackson and those that get the total population gets the vote, the users. So anyway, that's just a brief history of the water and our relationship with the Amador Water Agency here.
Thank you.
Follow up, one comment. I always appreciate John's history. He's got a lot of it, a lot more than I have here. I do want to clarify about voting. So I think he's referring to the protest procedure under Prop 218, where every customer has the right to protest a Prop 218 notice, but Prop 218 does not apply to wholesale rates. So that's the difference. We have a contract with each of our 5 wholesale customers. Each of them is different. They have different notice requirements for how we deal with rate increases. I'd like to, make those more standard in the future, but it's not a high priority issue. But we do have to meet and confer with the city and provide lead time when we are planning to increase rates. And in this case, I have let Margaret know that we have our study going on, and I've provided her the assumptions that are in our financial consultants' long-range plans about rates, although I can't presuppose what the board is going to do in December. With regard to actually voting for representation on the water agency, by statute, our agency board is in 5 districts that match the supervisorial districts, and every registered voter in those districts can vote. It doesn't matter if they're a water agency customer or not. So everybody votes for the representatives. Ken Deaver is on our board now representing this district, and it's a popular election. So it's a little different from the protest procedure. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment and go on to 4.2, presentation from Amador County Recreation Agency.
My name is Todd Ramos. I live in Plymouth. And I am not sure if I heard right, but the meeting for the ARCO station that's trying to go in over here, was it?
That's not on the agenda.
Was it moved?
That's not on the agenda tonight.
No, was it was the 19th date moved?
It's not on the agenda. We can't talk about it. It's not on the agenda.
Okay,
But I appreciate it. I don't know the answer to that truthfully.
you don't know. You don't know. if it
But you
was
can ask
postponed?
Margaret.
Does everybody know there's an ARCO station trying to go in over here? I hope so.
So you can ask Margaret that question.
Okay.
She'll give you the answers.
The public hearing is on the 19th, correct? June 19th for the ARCO?
The public hearing was noticed for June 19th. The applicant has pulled the item from the agenda.
Did you hear that, sir?
Mr. Ramos?
Can you repeat that?
The ARCO station, the mitigated negative declaration and the construction of the facility was scheduled for review by the planning commission on June 19th. It was in a notice that was sent out because it's a rezone. And as well as noticing the mitigated negative declaration, it requires a longer review period. So that notice did go out quite some time ago. The applicant, based on some of the comments received, has requested to pull the item from the meeting to look at potentially redesigning the project. Whether they will or not, I don't know, but they've requested more time.
Okay, thank you. No. Sorry. Okay, getting back to our meeting. 4.2, presentation from Amador County Recreation Agency.
Good evening. I'm Amy Klingen from the Amador County Recreation Agency. I'm the Director of Recreation at ACRA. Thank you for allowing me to come here tonight to introduce myself and share with you some of the exciting things ACRA is doing in our community and our plans for the future. ACRA was established over 20 years ago. Since then, we've worked to maintain and improve county parks, develop hiking and trail areas, manage pools, host community events, and provide countless recreational activities, classes, and learning experiences for Amador County residents. For those of you who may not be familiar, ACRA operates in a unique way that sets us apart from other parks and recreation districts in California. While most parks and recreation departments are run by individual cities or counties, ACRA is organized as a JPA, or Joint Powers of Authority. This means ACRA is not managed by the county or by an individual city. Instead, we're overseen by a board of directors representing our members, which includes the cities of Amador City, Jackson, Plymouth, Sutter Creek, and the unincorporated areas of the county. These member entities contribute an annual fee that helps fund ACRA's operations. These fees cover the cost of a small staff that maintains parks and recreation areas, staff community events like the 49er Fun Run, operates the Sutter Creek Pool in the summer, and offers a wide range of classes and activities such as sign language, cooking, painting, kickboxing, yoga, line dancing, pickleball, basketball, softball, ceramics, and more. It's important to note that ACRA has not raised membership fees in 10 years. In these challenging financial times, when every agency and organization is feeling the pressure, we're not asking for more funding. We're simply requesting your continued support at the same cost, despite the rising costs of everything else. This will allow us to demonstrate just how valuable ACRA is to the community. As a small agency with limited resources and staff, ACRA has faced its challenges. Our reputation in the community hasn't always been as strong as we'd like it to be. But we're committed to turning that around by offering more programs that meet the specific needs of our residents, including improved youth and teen programs. We're dedicated to fulfilling the needs of Amador County, perhaps now more than ever. Some people ask, what does ACRA do in our city? The truth is, we aim to be active and offer programs throughout all of Amador County, but we also want you to know that no matter where the program is held, we draw participants from all over the county. For example, when we host a cooking class, people from all parts of Amador County come together to enjoy a fun evening of learning, socializing, and breaking bread. These opportunities help build community and bring people together, strengthening the bonds that make Amador County such an amazing place to live. We're working hard to collaborate with each of our member cities and communities to fill specific needs in their area. We would love the opportunity to work with Plymouth more to develop programs, classes, activities and activities and events for your residents. Someday, after we've proven ourselves, we would love the opportunity to help with the Plymouth Pool again, if that suits your needs. Which leads me to what's next for ACRA. First and foremost, we're focused on improving ACRA at every level. With help from the county, we're ensuring that ACRA is financially stable and operating with full transparency. We will continue to provide parks and community use, plan events, and offer both adult and youth programs. We also recognize that many people in our community may not be fully aware of the range of opportunities we offer, which is why our next big priority is marketing. We want every resident in Amador County to know what's happening and feel encouraged to participate. Recreation and public spaces are vital to a thriving community. When we reflect on what makes a place feel like home, parks and recreation play a foundational role. These spaces support both physical and mental health, help strengthen social bonds, and are key to the overall well-being of our community. Recreation especially is a critical part of youth development. It enriches their lives, supports their education, and helps them form healthy social connections, all while deterring negative behaviors. I think we can all agree that recreation and parks are essential to our way of life, and they are what make Amador County a unique and special place to live. With a stronger infrastructure, we're confident that ACRA can grow into the Parks and Recreation Department that Amador County deserves. We live in a beautiful place with amazing people, and we believe that with your support, we can make a significant impact. We ask for your continued commitment to help us grow and help Amador County thrive. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Since I sit on the ACRA board, I'm just going to take a quick second to say that these folks have worked really hard to try to keep their organization going here. Also, I talked with Margaret, just so you know, about Lodge Hill and the use of Lodge Hill. So if you can contact Margaret directly, if there's something you want to do here in town, I think that can be worked out.
Great.
Any other questions?
We'd also like to help with the marketing for anything you want to do here in town.
We would appreciate that.
Put that on all of our social media.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
What is our current commitment to you?
Pardon me?
What is our current commitment to you?
So we receive member fees based on, I believe it's any new construction that is happening in your town. So we get a fee from the developers. I'm not quite sure exactly what fee we receive from Plymouth. It varies by city. So for example, Amador City doesn't have any new construction, so therefore they don't have any fees. And I'm also the director of recreation, so I'm not as well versed on that area, but I can get that number for you.
But Margaret might know.
Our number for the upcoming fiscal year is $7,390.50.
Thank you. And you collect this yearly, correct? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we collect that each fiscal year. Any other questions?
No, I don't, no. So thank you.
That's it. Thanks.
I would just like to reiterate that I haven't had a long history at ACRA, but from what I know, it's been a rocky road, and there have been many members that haven't been happy with the services provided. For example, Plymouth and the prior service that we did for the pool. We have all new employees now. We're working very hard to prove ourselves. And I think everybody's going to be really pleased. We just kind of turned over our directors in the last month. And we are very determined to prove that we can make things successful. This summer, we're only in charge of the Sutter Creek pool. And so far, so good. We've made some changes and it's going really great. But I think ACRA is going in a really positive direction. And we'd love to serve Plymouth in any way possible.
I think coming here tonight is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna open it for public comment. Anyone from the public that'd like to talk or ask a question? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment. And we'll move on to the consent calendar, looking for approval of consent calendar. Looking for approval of consent calendar as presented.
I will motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second.
Councilmember Cranford,
Aye.
Councilmember Felina,
Aye.
Councilmember Hornish,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunn,
Aye.
Mayor Amoruso.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Moving on to public hearings, consider rezone of 5 properties owned by Sutter Home Winery Incorporated from the agricultural planned development to agricultural and the deletion of an existing development agreement between Sutter Home and the city of Plymouth. So I open up the public hearing.
The Sutter Home project comprises 5 total properties. The applicant is requesting to cancel an existing development agreement. They are also requesting to rezone the property to remove the planned development designation for the site. The Planning Commission did review this during a public hearing and recommended approval of the project. And Sutter Home has indicated that they have made this request in order to cease operations and sell the parcels. And they have identified that the planned development designation has made it difficult to sell. Next slide, please. The Sutter Home project area is shown on the screen before you. It is the light green hatched area. It is our only agricultural land designation in the city. Next slide. For a bit of background, the properties were annexed and then designated as agriculture planned development. A negative declaration was approved by the city council for the development plan for the project. As part of the planned development, the city of Plymouth does require a development agreement for planned developments. And so a development agreement was entered into between the city and Sutter Home in 1997 for a period of 50 years or until 2048. The terms of the development agreement do allow either Sutter Home or the city to request cancellation of the DA. The development agreement contains the approved development plan for Sutter Home, which restricts the use of the site to agricultural uses, an accessory structure, and a wind machine. There are some key terms in the DA. Most have been completed. One is that wells can only be used as secondary water source. That is the one ongoing component. They are used for agricultural purposes. There was the requirement to pay a fair share contribution for water improvements. That was completed. They were required to comply with the mitigation measures in the negative declaration. That was completed. There were penalties for noncompliance. And up until 2002, the city performed well monitoring in the area, and per the terms of the DA, that ceased in 2002. The proposed rezone would remove the planned development designation on the site. The site would remain designated as agriculture, and any current or future owner would continue to be limited to those regulations for the agricultural zoning district. Of course, should anyone ever want to build in the future, review is required under the requirements of our municipal code. All permitting requirements would be required to be followed. And then, of course, if applicable, review under the California Environmental Quality Act would be required. But there is no proposal for development at this time. There are two staff items, staff requests as part of this. One is there's the Norm Waters Park, which is located within the project area. That is currently used as a pond for Sutter Home, and the city is requesting that we now have access to it, so an access easement. And the city attorney will be preparing that for us, should the rezone be approved. The second is a staff request, and as mentioned, there are the on-site wells that are to be used for agricultural purposes. The city does not allow anyone to connect to wells for residential or commercial purposes any longer. I know that there are some in the city, but we no longer allow connections. So if someone were to build a house on one of the sites and came in for a permit for us, we would tell them, no, you may not use the well if they came in requesting that. But what we are trying to do is prevent future problems. And we have requested and Sutter Home agreed to place a deed restriction that notifies any future property owners that the wells may not be used for any purpose other than agriculture. The point of that would be that while Sutter Home may disclose that properly to any future buyers, the second, third, or fourth buyers may be unaware, and someone could purchase the property thinking that they could use the well and then become very angry and come before the city council about that matter, and we would like to avoid that in the future.
I have a question really quick. I'm
yeah.
sorry. Just because I'll forget it later if you
Okay.
I'm not trying, mean to interrupt you. You're saying that they're agreed to put on the deed restriction. Why would they have just already added that to their deed before they came to us with this? Why should?
Their request was they would like it to be approved before they place a deed restriction, because should this not be approved, they are still bound by a development agreement, and that development agreement will eventually expire, and then there is no restriction.
Eventually being the 2048.
2048, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Under the California Environmental Quality Act, this project does not require further review in that the project is only removing the planned development designation. Any future change to the site would require further review. And the change removing the planned development still keeps the agricultural zoning district intact, which is a limited use zoning district. So there would be no further impacts. And of course, as mentioned, any future development of the site, whether it's a house, an accessory structure, whatever the case may be, would require prior review and approval by the city. And then with any application, we would determine if further CEQA review would be required. And of course, if someone came in and said they wanted to rezone the property at a future date, Sutter Home could have done, let's say, to residential, of course, review under CEQA would be required. Staff has no concerns regarding the cancellation of the development agreement. The key terms of the agreement have been completed. The rezone will allow agricultural operations to remain on the site. And of course, any future uses of the site must comply with the agricultural zoning district. The staff is recommending that the city council adopt the following, an ordinance 2025-6, canceling the development agreement between the city of Plymouth and Sutter Home Winery, and ordinance 2025-7, rezoning the Sutter Home properties to agricultural, removing the planned development. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Great. Jesse? Well, I will, after us. Yep.
Yeah, so I spent some time doing some significant research on this item. I actually went back to the 97 documents that are in here and I made some phone calls. Unfortunately, most of the city council at the time that put this in place is deceased. And I was able to get a hold of one council member and we had a good discussion about this. There were reasons at the time that this was put in place, and that was to protect the city's water. So Burke Ranch wells were going dry. There was a lot of other extenuating factors when this agreement was put in place. So, I've got a list here of different reasons that I think that this is a no-go and, not a good idea to remove this development agreement. But I'll let all the council members kind of chat about it and we can go from there.
Well, see, now you get me curious. Because my question is also, what is the possible future impact of residents of, say, Burke Ranch or any neighboring properties? Therefore, what could possibly happen? What
So,
would be negative?
so as of right now, it's designated for agricultural. So it's a very limited density should anyone want to build a house.
With the exception of it being put in trust.
So anyone who wants to build has to follow our general plan and zoning ordinance.
Not when property is put in trust.
True.
Are you referring to tribe or what sort of, okay.
But they would be required to hook up to city water. Any residential.
No, they're not.
No. Not the tribe. I'm talking about anyone that buys the property to develop it or whatever they decide to do with the property.
Yeah.
So that doesn't touch the groundwater. Because we don't allow wells in the city, right?
Right. So we no longer allow wells within the city. We no longer allow a connection to a well for a residential dwelling. So aside from the tribe situation, and I get many calls, quite frankly, about people who want properties to buy property zone agriculture because they do want a house and they want farm animals and they are not allowed in our residential zoning districts, with the exception of the hens and the 4-leaf projects. So it is a common request that I do receive. If one of those people were to purchase one of these properties, they would want to build a house and they would be required to connect to city water.
Thank you.
If somebody purchases property with the DA on it, right? Because that's possible. Somebody can purchase the property with the development agreement on it as it stands.
They could, yes.
Yes. Okay. So when they do that, then they could request that council remove it and tell us their plans at that time, correct?
They could, but I don't know, and only Andreas can identify if that DA would apply to the tribe.
I'm not talking about the
Okay.
tribe. I'm talking about anybody who came to individual.
An individual would, yes, it will be costly for them
Why?
because your application fee to staff is time and materials.
To remove the DA.
Yes.
So by having Sutter Home do it in advance, they're saving the potential buyer the money.
So if I wanted to purchase, so let's say this didn't pass tonight and I wanted to purchase one of the parcels, I will have to submit a deposit. I will pay for all of staff's time for whatever the case may be. So writing the staff report, attending the meetings, attending the city council meetings, noticing, preparation of documents from the city attorney, that all gets billed to the applicant.
Which makes it less desirable
Yes.
on the market.
And that would also be necessary parcel by parcel if they get sold off individually.
Okay.
No, nothing.
I was wondering what else you had, if you had anything else to say about it.
At this time, I'll open it up for public comment. Sorry about that. I will submit or put into record 6.1 Amy Gomes letter that she sent in by email. Yeah, you can okay. I didn't see one from Stephanie.
Turn your mic.
Could you turn your microphone on, please, and state your name?
Yeah, my
Thank
name is Steve Harum, members of the council. I am the attorney for Sutter Home. And Damian Catherine is here with me tonight and can answer any other questions you may have. I would start simply by making a couple of overviews. Number one, your planning staff recommends approval of this project.
This went before the planning commission and they unanimously recommended to you to approve it as well. So we've been through those two steps. And essentially, Sutter Home hired me to talk about the DA and figure it out. And no one from Sutter Home understood why we did a DA in 1997. We met with the staff. They did not provide a reason either. It's agricultural land for an agricultural purpose. And what Sutter Home is asking for is it has the same rights as anyone else that owns agricultural land. No one else has a PD and a DA except this one property. And we want to be treated the same as everyone else that has agricultural property. That's what this is all about. It has no plans for development at all. If you're familiar with the wine grape industry, and I'm sure many of you are, it is an industry that is very dynamic and not in a good way right now. And at some point, they no longer want to cultivate these grapes and use them in their production. And they simply want to leave the property. They're not tearing it out. They're going to continue to farm it until they sell it. They have no plans at all other than to sell it. And I have no idea what to tell you how someone who buys it may use it. So there are no plans at all. It is what it is. It's just part of their long-term marketing plan as a winery in the Napa area. Now, let me deal with some issues that have come up. And I would respectfully reserve time for a rebuttal. And also, if new arguments come up after the public hearing closes, I'd like to have a chance to respond to those as well. First, to the water issue. We can only use water for agricultural purposes. That's what the DA says. The staff asked us to put a deed restriction on equivalent to that to make sure it can only be used for that purpose. We agree. If you approve this tonight, it's agriculture today, it's agriculture tomorrow. It does not change the water use in any way, shape, or form. It can only be used for agricultural purposes. I think it's very legitimate for people to have concerns about their wells. I understand that. I get that. But in this particular instance, we are not changing the use of the property one iota. And after this is approved, it can only be used for those uses that you permit under your agricultural code. Nothing more, nothing less. So people's wells should not be affected by that because it's not being changed. That's not the intent. Now the question is, something can happen in the future. Well, let's talk about that. One, what if an Indian tribe comes in? Well, my response to that is, I don't agree with the fact that Indians are foreign countries can do what they want and don't have to follow the rules. Unfortunately, I'm not on the Supreme Court. And so we are all have to deal with that issue. And if an Indian tribe comes in, an Indian tribe comes in. It could do it today with the development agreement and the zoning, and it would be exempt from those. So whether or not you approve or disapprove this, that does not affect the fact there may be an Indian tribe. I will make this representation to you that no Indian tribe has contacted Sutter Home. They are not interested in selling it to an Indian tribe. That is not their intention. But the Indian tribe is an issue that none of us can overcome because of the Constitution, unfortunately. And so even if you deny this, an Indian tribe could buy it tomorrow if they wanted to. So the fact you deny this is not an independent variable that makes it more difficult for an Indian tribe to proceed. There's nothing any of us can do with that issue, unfortunately. I think that's wrong, but that's the way the world works at this moment. The second thing is some developer would want to come in and develop the property. Well, that's fine, but let me explain what they have to do. They have to file applications. They have to do a full EIR. There's going to be a public comment period on the EIR. The city is going to have to make good faith response to comments. There's going to be public hearings in front of the Planning Commission, probably workshops. And ultimately, that project will come to you. And you will have the absolute right to say yes or no, that you want that change in use from agriculture to another use. So to put a finer point on it, you control the destiny of this property if there is an effort to put a different change on it, because they would have to go through your planning process. They would have to go through your CEQA process. They would have to go through all the public hearings. And you ultimately would have to decide that you think it's in the public interest for that use to be applied to that property instead of the current public use. So I can't think of a better guarantee than that particular situation. You control the destiny of the property. All we're trying to do is have the same rights as every other agricultural user, that we are just an ag use, nothing more and nothing less. And that is the purpose for this particular application. So in conclusion, As I mentioned earlier, planning staff has recommended approval. The planning commission unanimously recommended approval. It does not change the use of water of the wells. It will remain a winery or grape growing until such time as the property is sold. I cannot tell you what might happen with a future owner. It's not our intent. We are not in contract with anyone. We don't have a deal with anyone. We're just trying to clean up the property so it can be in a position to be sold. And if anyone has grand schemes of building houses or hotels or resorts or any of that, they are a private party. They have to go through all the process and appear before you to notice public hearing and convince 3 of you that that is a good idea. And if that happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't, but it won't be Sutter Home. This is a larger part of the corporate interest. So I would respectfully ask for the right to rebuttal at the end of this. I would also ask if new arguments come up from council people after the public hearing is closed, that we have a reasonable opportunity to respond and explain what that argument is and whether or not we agree with it or not, or have a different perspective. So members of the council, thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. I can attempt to answer any questions you may have.
We appreciate that. We can't let somebody keep coming up and rebutting. It's a public,
No. But under due process, I'm entitled to respond to arguments that are raised. And if they're raised, new arguments are raised after the public hearing is closed, I have a right to address them. That's all I'm saying. If no.
And as the applicant, it would be reasonable to let them respond to the arguments.
It's fine, as long as.
I didn't hear what he said.
As the project applicant, it would be reasonable for you to let them respond to future arguments that may come up.
Yeah, but if you,
Yeah. All right, yes, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so I need to clear something up really quick before we go any further on this. I misspoke on who put in the public comment letter as Amy Gomes, and it actually was Stephanie Marino. So I would like to make sure that the record reflects that properly. Thank you. Butch Cranford. Butch.
D.W. Cranford, property owner Plymouth, resident of Burke Ranch. Grew up here. I haven't been here quite as long as Colburn, but my family's been here. Members of my family since the 1930s, off and on. This agreement that Sutter Home entered into, I'm curious as to why it wasn't entered into the manner in which they want it amended to or changed to all those years ago. My concern, and I appreciate Sutter Home's attorney addressing the issue of wells, because part of the reason that this agreement was reached is because Sutter Home was a very willing and has been an excellent neighbor, I hope, to the city of Plymouth, but certainly to Burke Ranch for all these years. They were very considerate of our concern about water. And that's why the well issue is in this agreement. And that's why anything related to these wells needs to not change. Now, as to the tribal issue, it doesn't matter if you have a development agreement or not. If a tribe buys that property, they can do whatever the hell they want with it. So my concern is wells and groundwater. And if I heard this attorney correctly, nothing changes on the water if this is adopted. I'll have to wait and see what the rest of the development agreement, what other changes might be impactful to me as a resident of Burke Ranch and as a property owner in Plymouth. Thank you.
John?
Mike O'Mara, City of Plymouth, the last surviving member of the council. Anyway, I remember Val, when we put this agreement together, there was concern, like Butch said, with the wells. I can remember Burke Ranch, they're going 1,000 feet, they're almost out of water. I mean, I can remember that was a big issue back then, and it still kind of is. The city has always had water issues. We hooked into Amador Water. It's kind of saved us to some extent, but my concern is like Butch says, I don't see the reason to withdraw this agreement or cancel it and move forward. It seems like that if we did, you're still gonna run into all this nightmare of paperwork. If somebody wants to do something else, if the new buyer, the new property owner came in and say, I want to do something, and we cancel this agreement, and you go on to all the other gibberish, all the other legal terms, you're still gonna have to jump through a lot of different hoops, but it opens up a lot of things. And like the attorney did say, they can't really say if a new buyer comes in and this is withdrawn, who knows what they're gonna do? I mean, my concern is just not going into big, long speech, but I'm concerned like I was back then, the water issue. We've had, again, I can't reiterate, I can remember getting warnings from the city saying, keep your water usage low, we're running low. And to give up this agreement in any way right now, I'd leave it in place. Why change it? I mean, we need it. It helps, it protects some of the issues we have with water, because I can see down the road, I've heard there's maybe some new wineries coming in, we've got developments coming in possibly down the road. When I was council, we did a geologic survey. The water west of 49, it's tough to find just because of the formation of the lands. On this side, on the east side, we've got an aquifer, but that, as you know, aquifers only last so long. You go south of 49, south of us, it gets a little iffy. So again, I'm gonna reiterate, I don't see the reason for withdrawing this agreement. I think it needs to stay in place. It's just a protection for what could happen in the future. The city's growing, things are happening here. We need to make sure we can grab and keep a hold of all the water we do have. Pretty much it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. John?
Good evening again, John Coburn. This project is, Mike, of course, was around when it was being put together. I was also involved with the process of whatever the development agreement at the time. It was really the driving force behind this was Valerie Kleinfelter. And she worked on it for about 1.5 years to put this development agreement and everything together. It's very critical to the city as far as protection of the city wells and the agreements they have and the way that Sutter Homes has been willing to work with those. The wells, most people don't realize that the city has the capacity to serve with the wells that we have, but they have the capacity to serve the city. It's over the wells that we have are over 600 gallons a minute, the three wells combined. And the reason that we were under a moratorium is because the state will only allow you 25% of that rated capacity of those wells for future growth. So that's why they put us on a building moratorium. The day may come that we might want to go back and activate those wells. It could be an emergency of some kind. We have a lifeline that goes from here to Sutter Creek. Something could happen to that, and we would be forced to use those or crank them up as an alternate supply. But that's one of the big things is protect that water that the city currently has, and this agreement did a very good job in doing that. The other thing is that this agreement and the way that Sutter Homes has operated has substantially changed what was happening with the wells in Burke Ranch. Several property owners out there have had to re-drill their wells, had to go down deeper. Albert Miller, when he had his property up there, I remember talking to him, and he said when they were irrigating for many days in a row, it dropped his well 60 feet. And he had at one time had to re-drill his well. So it's critical to our neighbors in the Burke Ranch that they don't open this thing up to a can of worms that would affect the aquifer that they're there. As far as the possibility that the tribe might be looking for the water, I actually got a phone call here about 30 days ago from an engineer that had no idea that I was involved with no casino, asking me, he said, well, you know an awful lot about the water. We drilled 2 500-foot wells and we haven't got any water. And we need to rectify, he says, where would you drill? My first thought was, well, drill in Sacramento County, that's where all these members of your tribe are from. But I said, on these properties, you're on the wrong side of the aquifer. And the ridge that blocks that system is basically the Gold Course vein that goes through the area.
Wrap it up, John.
And so, anyway, there is usually on these things like this, what drives them is greed. There's got to be a profit in this for someone to try to do away with what's working out fine for us now. So I wouldn't risk the possibility of changing it to allowing the possibility that this may go into the wrong hands and we lose the capacity of our wells altogether. They could drill right next to our wells and drain us.
Thank you, John. Any other public comment?
John Bautista, Plymouth resident, Burke Ranch property owner and president of the association. I do want to echo the comments that Butch made. I've lived there for close to 30 years now, and Sutter Home have been wonderful neighbors of ours. We have worked together so harmoniously over the years, and we've all heard the issues with water, and they have just been great, great neighbors. Now, with that said, I think we beat water over and over. But what I've heard here today from Sutter Home is that it's agriculture today and agriculture tomorrow. That's the reason why this was put in place, is to keep it agricultural. Now, the one thing I haven't heard today, in the event that that requirement is lifted and it is permitted to become a development, what I haven't heard is the impact to infrastructure. We've got big projects going on here in town, as we all notice, entering, leaving, soon to be started projects here at the roundabout. So with that acreage being opened up for residential, again, agriculture today, agriculture tomorrow. With that restriction lifted, it clearly opens the door for Sutter Home and eases the burden of that resale of that property. That was a commitment they made. Infrastructure, we're going to add, it will happen, right? It's going to ease the ability for Sutter Home to resell that property and dust their hands off. And then it's left to the city council and the residents of Plymouth to deal with the impact that that would bring. So again, I hope that the city council takes this very seriously, not only with water, which we've heard over and over again, but there's much underlining larger impacts to our community. Yeah, I'm just winging it right now. I've got a lot going on in my brain, but I just want to leave the council with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Matt?
Matt Alspitel, city engineer. Good evening, council. I just wanted to echo the good neighbor, Sutter Home for the city. Peter will remember this, but this is kind of a history lesson update for the newer council members. About 4 or 5 years ago, we needed to run a parallel pipeline down from the water tank. And Sutter Home was very gracious to give us the easement for free to run that pipeline through their property, to tie it in down closer to the roundabout. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I have no issue with the rezone. It's a rezone, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Rosemary Marino Moody, Plymouth. I got a question about this ag zoning. Is there a way that we can put it up so everyone can see what's allowed when it's designated an ag zoning? So the people in the community, because I believe that special events, bed and breakfasts, all sorts of stuff can fall under the ag code. And they have more, I think that they can do stuff without having permits and things like that, other than like a building permit to go in. So is there a way that we can put up the ag code so we can see all the possibilities of what they can do in an ag zoning?
Thank you for that question, Rosemary.
Stop drinking so much water.
So just to orient everyone in the audience, under the letter A, that's the agricultural zoning district. These are the uses permitted today, and these are the uses permitted tomorrow, if it was approved. So within the agricultural zoning district, so for example, I can't see that far away, but I know for special events are on here, but most of these things, no matter what it says, whether it's a permitted use or a administrative use permit, and there are some that are conditional use permits. So if someone came tomorrow and said, we have rezoned this property and I want to build transitional housing and it's a permitted use, it still has to come before staff. It still has to get reviewed under the municipal code. It still has to get reviewed under CEQA. It would have to apply for will serve. There are so many steps they would have to go through to, let's say, for example, build that. Just because it's on that use list doesn't mean you get to go do whatever you want and you don't have to come talk to us. If for any of these reasons, even, again, it's harder for me to read, but whatever anyone does, even if Sutter Home did it today, they still have to come ask us and discuss whatever it is that they want to do. And in most cases, almost everything requires some level of a permitting review. If they wanted to build an accessory structure like a shed, for example, still going to require planning review. So almost everything requires review.
Thank you.
How many of these future reviews would come before council versus you handling it?
So I would say that the biggest one would be, and even today, if we had some requests that were within the parameters of their agricultural zoning district, it depends. So I think what I'm hearing most of is that people are afraid that this will get turned into a residential development. So let's say Sutter Home sold the whole property tomorrow, and we had a request from the new buyer for all 5 parcels to build a, let's say, 20 residential dwelling units. That would require rezone, that would require a general plan amendment, that would require many things. Because of the size of this parcel and the area that would go under construction and the rezone, it will require review under CEQA. So if that developer came to us, came to staff first, they're gonna submit us plans, we're gonna look at them, tell them what the process would be, because anyone can apply for anything, right? We're gonna tell them what the process would be. And then CEQA review would start. As part of CEQA, we are looking at things such as what are the traffic impacts? Even for a few homes within this scenario, what does it look like when we add homes to this area? What does it do to the road? Can they exit and enter the site safely? So, yeah, so if they can't, is there a way where we could make it safe? Is there an improvement they could do to the road? Is there something else they can do further down the road to make that project safe? So that is looked at by a qualified person, so that was reviewed by a traffic engineer. We are looking at what are, in this case, the ground is disturbed, but are there special species out there? Is there some sort of protected species out there? A qualified biologist is going to go look at where they're grading the area. What is the cultural resources impact? What is the water impact? And then water involves, is there water and how does the water get there? Also with sewer capacity, which we have known issues in Plymouth. So if someone came to me tomorrow and said, I would like to build 1,000 units out there, I would have them take a pause and talk to Amador Water first, right? So there is a high level of review, no matter where it's going, that gets started. Now, in this scenario where we're having a rezone, obviously that goes to planning commission first, then it goes before the city council. There may be a project in which, if it was a smaller project, but they're disturbing enough area, it would only require review by the planning commission and require CEQA. The planning commission could review something like that. But again, that's a notice public hearing. We're still reviewing all the impacts. What an impact would be on any scale of 1 unit to 500, I can't fully speak to, because that is why we go through CEQA. We run the exercise. And then ultimately, it's your decision, especially on a rezone and general plan amendment. You are not compelled to approve that. If there are significant environmental impacts, you are not compelled to approve the project.
Requesting another 30 seconds for you.
Okay, so that's a good answer. No, we have not yet. So is there any other public comment?
Yeah.
No. No two bites at the apple. Yeah, you can come up.
Hello, again.
Turn on your mic, please. Turn it on. There's a button.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Todd Ramos, Plymouth again, actually Brook Ranch. So I don't know much about it because I just heard about it tonight, but it impacts me because being in Brook Ranch, at the end of the year, my well starts to drop a little bit. So as John said about if there's rezoning, then they can drill right next to it and then start taking some of that water. I don't know what kind of impact that'll have on us. But just the fact that, well, I just want to say, I agree that Sutter has done a great job. I mean, it's beautiful and we drive by it every day and see it. The property's been up for sale for over a year, and I guess I understand that they made an agreement, so many years ago, and it was really good then. I think it should still stand now because I don't think the reasons for rezoning it so fast are good enough to not know what the impact's gonna be. I think the impact is gonna be very high. Just the fact that you spent 10 minutes explaining what we might have to do. I already have to come here just this once. If we had to come here every single other Thursday to fight this, to see what kind of things that are gonna go on, because that's a big project. It could turn into unwanted development. And that's my concern. And, we kind of already have some things going on that we disagree with. And then, so it's going to be more of a fight than just living. So I'm from Plymouth. I'm sure all of you are. I don't know if the gentleman is here who came up and spoke for Sutter, but we have to live with that, but he doesn't. And so I'm strongly opposed to any changes right now until there's more understanding about it. So that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you.
Mike.
Yes, Susan. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Benody. So it's my understanding that, building permits don't require CEQA. And I just want to know, what issues, what uses would have to come before the council and what uses would not have to come before the council? I mean, that was asked, but it wasn't really answered. And I'm just curious, because the chart, we couldn't see it from back there, so I'm just kind of curious.
So a use in its own nature doesn't necessarily require review. There are some uses that don't require review. That being said, my example of, let's say, supportive housing, that's a building, okay? You are disturbing area. Under our municipal code, you will require a permit from planning first. To the degree of what you are doing, it is a varying permit. So there's one that's a zoning clearance, that's staff level. There is one that is minor design review, that's staff level. And then there's major design review, planning commission. Depending on what you're doing is the level of review that you require, and upon which that level of review is required, we are also checking for CEQA. Staff can also always elevate anything where we feel uncomfortable. So for example, let's say someone applies for a temporary use permit for me and I feel that that project is quite significant for the city. I will elevate it to the planning commission, then it is a public hearing. So for an example, so that's why the planning commission does review most things in the city. There are very minor things that are reviewed at staff level. But these use lists, it's hard because you have to use the use list plus what is the permit requirements. So if I already had a huge building out there and I required nothing involved and I'm turning it into not even employee housing, no matter what, you're going to require planning. It's just the uses permitted. And the reason that a lot of these uses that are just showing right now, because it's showing the residential uses, where it's showing like supportive housing, transitional housing, farm worker housing, those sorts of things, the state says it has to be a permitted use because in the past, many cities, while the building might have been okay and met all the standards and met the requirements of CEQA, cities would deny based on the use. And so the state has termed some of those uses permitted, so you couldn't, let's say, require a conditional use permit for supportive housing. The number of units, let's say, is 4 and it's okay. We've done CEQA, but then you say, I don't like the use. I want to deny the use. That is why those uses are permitted. But, you know, as you can see, a religious institution is a conditional use permit. Obviously, a religious institution is building a very large building. And if for some reason they found a barn that they wanted to locate in, they would require a conditional use permit. There's an impact on the area. So that is why you have to use the use list plus the permitting requirements from planning combined. While many things just require a building permit, so a pool, a very small shed, most things do actually require planning.
Okay. Hope that was clear for you. Any other public comment? So what?
Question with that.
I don't, what do you?
I have a question related to Burke Ranch Homeowners Association has an easement through that property for emergency exit. How will this affect that, if at all?
Okay, thank you.
If I may, the easements do not go away. Any easement recorded on the map and recorded against the property, no matter what the zoning designation is, lives on.
Okay.
They would have to apply for a map and a changing easements, and that would go through a whole long process if they ever wanted to do so.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I normally respond to comments one by one, but in this case, I think it'd be better if I just collapse major issues and try to address them if I may. And there are really 4. The first question is, what is the effect of approving this on water? And again, I want to emphasize that under the DA, water can only be used for agricultural purposes. That does not change if you approve this, because we have agreed and your city staff has reviewed and approved of a deed restriction, which we will put on the property, that says that the well water can only be used for agricultural purposes. Number 2, Your city regulation does not allow houses to use ag water. They have to tie into your municipal system. So that's true today, and it's true tomorrow if you approve this. So the concern about houses, to a certain extent, is minimized by the fact that any house that happened to get approved would have to get municipal water services from the agency. And so that's true today and it's true tomorrow. It doesn't change anything. So at the end of the day, tonight, well water can only be used for agricultural purposes. If this is approved, ag water can only be used for residential purposes, or for agricultural purposes, excuse me. So that doesn't change at all. And I think that's an important point. We've tried to cover that. We understand the significance of it. Number two, there's a concern about permit development. Any project that is proposed, and I think Ms. Fraser explained it excellently, is if a project is proposed, it must go through the city process. That means there are noticed public hearings. There's a full CEQA review. As she indicated, two of the issues that are mandatory under CEQA, one is that there's an adequate water supply, and number two, that there's not going to be an interference to other citizens and their water rights. That's going to be an issue that has to be that's studied in the EIR. If you as a council are dissatisfied with how that is treated, you turn down the project by saying the EIR is legally deficient. Number two is the projects that go to the Planning Commission or approved by staff. Those are appealable first to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council. So to the extent neighbors are unhappy with a proposed use and either the Planning Commission or the staff disagree, any citizen has the right to ultimately bring that to you and let you decide whether that use should be allowed there. You still control the land use process in this city, and this property is subject to it, and we're not getting away with anything. As to Indian projects, it is what it is. As to some of the uses that are permitted as a matter of right because the state has preempted your right to regulate, that's true today. So if a transitional housing project came in, it is superior under state law than your DA. So that could be done. So again, it doesn't change anything. It leaves things identical as it is. As to the uses in the agricultural zone, yeah, you saw the matrix. The matrix makes very clear that the sort of uses that have been a concern of the citizens are covered by that. They require discretionary permits. They require public hearings. They require CEQA. And you get the full chance to look at that and decide as the decision-making body of the city with full discretion whether you want to change the zoning or the general plan. And keep in mind, under California law, it is your general plan. It is your zoning. It is not the property owners, and you have the absolute right under those circumstances to say no. You have unfettered discretion to do so. So you are still able to protect the neighbors from a project which is not good. So in the final analysis, a DA was done in 1997. It's not clear, at least to me, what the reasoning was. Whatever the reasoning was, we performed under the DA. The property is in a vineyard. If you eliminate this and just make it an ag zone, we just want to be treated like every other user in the ag zone. Any changes that take place ultimately have the ability to come to you and you decide whether that's okay or not. And we just want to be treated like every other ag user in the ag zone. We don't want to be treated worse. We don't want to be treated in a targeted manner. We just want to be treated like everyone else. And that is what we are asking for. And we say that very sincerely. And finally, I do appreciate the kind comments that many people made tonight. Indeed, Sutter Home has been a good neighbor all the years. They're not intending to be a bad neighbor here. There's nothing untoward going on here. It's a very straightforward matter of letting them be an ag user in the ag zone. Thank you very much for allowing us to present this to you. I can attempt to answer any questions that council members may have.
Rusty? All right, thank you. So what's the wishes? Yes. Any questions for Erica? Yeah, I thought, oh, maybe he's not. I thought he was here.
Is Mike O'Mara still here? Did he leave? Yeah.
So what? Okay, so I'm gonna close public hearing. Okay.
Sorry, Mike. I requested you. I know. I was wondering if you could give us any context from memory. I know it was a very long time ago.
Any context on what again?
Can you give us any context from memory as why the development agreement was put on in the first place?
Oh, pretty simple. It was, Valerie worked on what she moved in nemesis at times. We worked good together. She was really concerned with the city. And the issue was, again, I can remember with her breaking ground when Sutter Home first got the vineyard going. Great. And again, somebody was saying they're great neighbors and all that. But the reason it was put on is because she said, this is great, but we need to put some restrictions on water usage. Because she sees down the future, and back then we were having issues, Burke Ranch was having issues with all that. So we had a concern with the wells and how that property is gonna be used, so we put this agreement, this condition on the property. And and past that, now looking at eliminating that agreement seems like, okay, if we eliminated it, well, then Sutter Home has they can makes it a little easier to sell the property. I don't blame them. But at the same time, if that agreement is dropped and they land up selling the property, you're gonna have a nightmare, a can of worms, dealing with other issues, whoever buys the property, whoever it is, whatever they want to do. If they want to apply for something again, like your planning commission saying, they'll have to go through CEQA, they'll have to go through all this stuff. Leave it, just leave it there. And it'll just, you won't have all those issues. I mean, it's, why change it? Is what I'm saying. There's a lot of, if we did change it, there's all kinds of things that the new owners would have to go through. Just leave it. I mean, but the biggest reason was because of water usage. And again, when I was mayor, when I was on the council, we did a survey of water table in here, and we're kind of sitting on a nice big aquifer to some extent. But like John was saying also, I know west of us, it's tough to find water there. They have to go really deep. A little south of us, same thing. And that's kind of, history was, I think, that's kind of why Plymouth landed up here, is because we had some water compared to other areas that just didn't have it. And with all the building going on, all things coming up in our future, I think we really need to protect it. And this agreement, I don't see moving it at all. And it was again, reiterating, it was all about water table, how much water is being used. And at that time, that was Valerie's big concern. I was with her on that.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, I'll close. Sure. Since we're going down this road. No, that's fine.
The gentleman said the major reason for the agreement was to protect water and wells. What we are doing here is putting a deed restriction on the property that says that the wells can only be used for agricultural purposes. What does the language in the DA say? That we can only use the wells for agricultural purpose. There's no difference.
Yeah, so thank you. The clarification.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just make one clarification, because I think it keeps coming up.
Sure.
There's no limit on how much water Sutter Home can pump out of that well right now. The DA doesn't restrict it. It just says they won't pump it so that there's adverse impacts. There's not a percentage, there's not a gallon.
But it also says it's a secondary water source. So where's their primary?
The city. The city provides water for their agricultural operations. So they get most of their water from the city.
And this time I'll close the public hearing. I got one other comment about. Nope, it's closed. It's done. We're closed. I just closed the public. Okay, sir, I've closed the. All right, so. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Holger?
What have you done?
Well, I'm gonna let her be last because she's might have more.
Well, I will say this. I mean, coming in here tonight, reading all the language and pages of paper, um, and hearing from everybody, of course, in the audience from public comment. I have this to say. While I feel that Sutter Home should be allowed and treated like any other citizen with a parcel of land that they have, I don't believe the burden of a potential land sale by Sutter Home should fall on the shoulders of Burke Ranch residents or any other local residents, especially when we're all already facing serious concerns about water availability and sustainability. And that's my sentiment.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I kind of agree with what Holger's saying. I kind of feel like, that they're not being treated differently as they keep saying. I feel like they entered into an agreement, and I think I think they entered into this agreement and need to see it out. Is how I feel on it.
Wendy.
I just stand by my comments from earlier. I don't see the reason at this point. I'm not in favor of removing the development agreement. I think our predecessors put it on there for a reason. And so that's how I feel about it. That's that.
So.
So if the council does not want to make a motion, then the item will not move forward.
So I entertain a motion if there's a motion. All right, I guess it fails. Doesn't matter. All right, so I guess that's moot point and we move on. Okay, so we're gonna go to actually, I think we're gonna take a break. We've been sitting here quite a while. We're gonna resume our meeting. I'm coming back in at, what time is it? 8:48. Now we're gonna move on to regular agenda items. Updated presentation on water and wastewater rate studies and requesting city council input and direction to do the Prop 218 rate settings.
Tonight, we're joined by Sarah Mares from MBS, who's here to present the refined scenarios that the council requested at the last meeting. Sarah will walk us through the updated information with the various options available for your consideration. Following her presentation, it would be appropriate to open the floor for public comment. After hearing from the public, the council can then deliberate and select the preferred scenario to move forward with. The selected scenario will be used to develop the draft report. We anticipate bringing the draft report back at the June 26th council meeting. At that time, the council will be asked to provide direction to staff whether to proceed with the Prop 218 process. Should the council choose to move forward, a 45-day notice period would be initiated, culminating with a public hearing scheduled for the August 28th council meeting. With that, I'll turn it over to Sarah for her presentation.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, staff, and members of the community. My name is Sarah Mares with NBS, and I'm pleased to be back here with you to give you some additional alternatives relative to your rate studies. Before I started, did want to ask one question. We have both your water rate study as well as your sewer rate study. Would you prefer to go through the options for water, have public comment discussion about water, and then address sewer, or would you like to go through the whole presentation first?
I think it's probably best if we separate them because they're both big things.
Okay,
I think it just keeps more clarity.
perfect. Thank you.
You
That's
agree?
helpful.
Does council agree? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So what we want to start with is the first scenario. This is what was presented at the council meeting on May 8th. This is the scenario that you asked to have revisited and look at different alternatives. If you see that yellow row there that shows the projected annual rate increase, there was a request to look at a couple of alternative scenarios. But I wanted to bring this slide back again to help you understand where we started with the analysis coming from the place of looking at all of the data, looking at the financial plan, and trying to put together a scenario that makes sense for the finances of the utility system. So there's two things that we're doing. We have several goals actually as it comes to rate setting. And the first, of course, is looking at the financial viability of your system. And we are attempting to ensure that when we design the rate structure and go through the cost of service analysis, first and foremost, that we're in compliance with all of the cost of service requirements of Proposition 218. But we also want to ensure that there's a plan that serves the utility into the future and accomplishes the financial goals where you're able to pay for your operation and maintenance, you're able to pay for, consider capital needs, and you're able to set aside some funds for reserves. So with those goals in mind, we designed the scenario, and this is where it becomes an iterative process where we brought that to you. You said, you know, gosh, we'd really like to look at some additional scenarios. So that's what we're here to do tonight. So I think just in terms of, you know, focusing, if you are kind of looking at that net revenue requirement, and if we go to the next slide, that slide has a graphical representation of the financial plan. And then we have a couple of slides that show the reserves. So those are the things that are impacted as we change those rate increase scenarios. You can see here, this is the recommended reserve target. This initial scenario that we developed gets the utility to a place at the end of the 5-year rate period where you start to have reserves and you start to have fully funded reserve funds at the target level. So that's something important I want to show you there. And this slide shows you what those actual rates are as compared to the current rates. And then we'll get into the next scenario. Oh, excuse me, this is the regional rate comparison.
So you can see where that puts you again. The darker green line is the proposed rates under this first scenario. This is alternative 1. Okay, so this was, rather than having those larger initial increases, this is where we have 12% increase across the board. Again, graphical representation, still at a point that we're not quite raising the sufficient amount of revenue. And I want to pay close attention to those reserves on the next slide. Okay, and you can see this is one of the biggest differences with this scenario. In this scenario, we do not get to a point where those reserve funds for the water utility are fully. So every choice has a consequence. So we just want to make sure that you're educated and understand what each of these scenarios means. And these are the nominal rates. So they are a little bit less than, of course, than what was proposed under the initial scenario. But nominally, not a lot less. And then we can show you here that moves that darker green bar down towards the lower end of the spectrum in terms of the rate comparison to those regional agencies. So one more alternative here. This is where the increase initially, it's a little more similar to the first scenario. But instead of that 30% increase in the first year, we're spreading those increases out a little bit more. So we've got the 20%, 16%, and then 888. So again, structured similarly, but bringing that down a little bit so it's not quite as much of an impact in that year 1. Next slide. And I want to pay close attention again on those reserves on the next slide. So here, this is, I guess, sort of a middle of the road scenario. If we're comparing the 3 scenarios, this gets you closer to a fully funded reserve than alternative 1, but not quite to the same level of reserve as in that initial scenario. And on the next slide, on that rate comparison, you can see that brings that darker green line a little bit back towards the middle again, but not quite as high as that initial scenario. So again, just sort of comparing those the various rates and just focusing on the 3/4 inch meter in 25-26. The differential under the initial scenario is for the fixed service charge is $47.99. And when we go to alternative 1, we're looking at $41.35. And then under alternative 2, we're looking at $44.30. So just kind of to give you that range then of what that rate would be in that first year for the fixed charge.
And real quick, sorry for the interruption. Most residential households are 3/4 inch, correct? That's why we're focusing on that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. So that is those are the comparative scenarios that we ran for the water utility. I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have before we move on to sewer.
Council, anyone have any questions?
No question here.
Okay. So do you want me to go to public comment?
Sure. Yeah, if we want to handle
Yeah.
water all together, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, Steve, come on up.
Steve Pinotti, Plymouth. Did we pay $100,000 for this PowerPoint presentation? Or 95?
Sure.
We paid 95,000 for the complete rate study. It's on a time and material basis. It's not just for the PowerPoint, it's for the entire process. They're not complete yet. they'll take this data. They've worked with the city for almost a year gathering data to put this information together. And they will take whatever information they get from the council tonight, the direction they get. They'll take it back, they'll draft an actual report that they'll bring back to the council at the next meeting, and then they'll do a Prop 218 process and do a 45 days notice to the citizens, and then they'll come back for a public hearing where the citizens will have the right to vote through the Prop 218 process and then go through there. But yes,
So yes, $95,000.
was for $95,000.
And did the city council approve that 95,000 or how?
That was approved by contract by the previous city council.
Okay, so if we didn't pay salaries out of the water fund, whatever you want to call it, do they have to raise their rates? I mean, why is a salary coming out of that, or salaries? I don't know. Just curious. Is there not enough money in the?
Can I address? That's actually a question I have for further down after the presentation is
Okay,
finished.
thank you.
Elizabeth Pinotti. I just would like to suggest or just put it out there that water and sewer rates should only fund what they're intended to fund: system operations, meter reading, billing, and water treatment plant maintenance. They shouldn't be used to supplement unrelated cost or administrative overhead. Rate structures are meant to sustain water and sewer systems, not other governmental expenses. So when you're looking at increasing, maybe the study does this, but if salaries are going to be attached to that, a time on task survey done with Fidelity so that you know exactly how much any salary that's attached to that should be related 100% to water and sewer duties. We pay a lot of money for water and sewer now, and that's by choice with the properties we have and with our Airbnbs. We want them to be pretty. The goal is to draw tourism to Plymouth. And I know that water rates are egregiously expensive. And I know that that's not the council's fault, that's not the administration's fault, that they just are what they are. But there shouldn't be undue costs put on that. And I hope that any study, any survey would include, like I said, a time on task survey, and the only percentage of salaries that are attached should be actually spent on water and sewer billing, maintenance specifically. And well, that's it for this issue. Thank you.
So it's my understanding that, to address some of what you say, the reason for this 218 is because AWA came 3 years ago and raised our raw water costs through their 218. We have to go through this process to now get back some of that money because our general fund has been paying for this over the last 3 years. So the purpose of us doing a 218 is to normalize and bring us back up to. So you know, there's a whole reason why we're doing this. It's not that we want to raise water rates.
I know that, and I completely understand that. I completely understand that our rates are.
For clarification.
Yeah.
That was.
And I just want to clarify what I meant. I completely understand that rates, I completely understand that. I just want the council to be mindful going forward. I get you have to backfill, and I understand that there needs to be a reserve fund. Completely understand that. I just have seen line item issues and have read through the limited, I mean, we're not privy to all of the study yet, but just that water and sewer rates are meant for water and sewer purposes and not to.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Come on.
Robert Moody. So is this study, because I understand when we were listening earlier to the water agency, that our equipment, our sewer plant and our water plant up here needs work? Does this study cover that?
They're two different facilities. So the AWA has their system that is separate.
But earlier they were talking about how ours is going downhill fast and so is our tank up here and everything.
Right, and those are their facilities though. This is,
No, they're not. Those are the city's facilities.
No, I'm talking about our city.
Our tank is in need of repair, but
Correct.
it
Is
has
this
about
study-
3 years of life left.
But is this going to help that?
That's what we need to build up our reserves for, is to be able to then go in and resurface the inside of the tank.
Sir, I think this question is asking is the rate study gonna take into account upgrades to the sewer treatment plant, water?
Yeah, is this gonna be coming back at us again and so does that answer? Doesn't answer. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a separate question.
Okay, I just want some clarification. Was there a rate study done? We've seen two presentations, one last city council and one this city council that has just a bunch of numbers in there, but have we actually seen a rate study that shows how they calculated all of these costs and everything? And can you tell me what salaries are being charged to to our water and sewer budget line item? I'm a little confused right now. Because it seems like you're throwing numbers out, and telling us what the rate should be, but what is the calculations behind that? And why haven't we seen those? I mean, aren't we entitled to see those as?
That's actually, I'm just gonna hop in here. I know it's your public comment, RJ,
Yeah.
but to support what RJ said, actually also confused by the process. I'm confused and everyone has to just forgive me. And, I'm new to all of this. I'm new to city council and I'm new to understanding water situations. So I'm also confused by the fact that, does this initiate us having a rate study done? Or why don't we have the rate study first? And what is that part is very confusing to me as well.
okay, yeah, happy to explain that. So when I came to the last council meeting in May, we presented the tables which illustrate the calculations that we have developed based on all of the inputs regarding the budget and the reserve targets, and also looking at consumption and customer classes and doing that functional classification of expenditures, et cetera. So those are the calculations. That's what was presented last time, were the calculations that are part of the rate study. There will, in addition, be a rate study report that comes to you. But right now, we don't know which alternative of which funding scenario you're going to select.
That's what
So-
I'm asking. You need a funding scenario in order to
Yes.
create a rate study report.
So that's the ask tonight, is to pick a scenario, and then from there, we'll put all of the information that includes some of these tables, as well as the narrative that goes along with it, into the rate study report, and that is what would come back on that June 26th, I think 26th meeting.
And yeah, but I
I
think,
feel we would, yeah.
but I think what she's saying, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to understand this like everybody else. You can't do a rate study without a scenario of how we want it broken down.
Correct. We need to understand which scenario you'd like to include in the report, which is part of this iterative process. So, I mean, I guess we could prepare a report that had 3 different scenarios in it, but it would be hundreds of pages long. So we're presenting this information to you so that we can receive your feedback as to the funding alternative based on the conversation at the last meeting. And from there, the full report will be developed.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. In regards to our budget, is part of what you do tied into our budget and how the different line items of who employees and how they are funded through the water?
Time on task surveys.
Yeah. Is that part of the study? It
Yeah,
includes that.
We're using the city's budget to understand what the costs are that go into this analysis.
So then, and forgive my ignorance, would it make more sense then to do this after we've approved our current budget versus working from a budget that's last year's?
Yes, I believe so.
The time and tasks were created by the finance director and myself on what the employees are working on and what they do during their work week.
Right, but what I'm asking is, so let's say we have a budget meeting and we do a new budget in 2 months that reduces like some employee's line item, it coming from the water fund and pulls it from the general fund instead. I'm just throwing out a scenario. Then that changes everything, right? So what I'm getting at is, were we putting the cart before the horse? Because I would hate for us to finish out this scenario and then something changes in the budget and then it's no longer accurate. Do you tracking what I'm saying?
Most of the time that we track, that we charge to the water fund is time that they read meters and minimally what water leaks that we have serviced. And in the last few years, we've had AWA and Shenandoah Excavating doing most of our repairs. So we don't have a lot of that time built in to the budget. It's mostly meter reads and some valve checking, not much. And water shutoffs and water, when we go back and turn people back on when they paid their water. There's also some of my administrative time on because I do spend time on water. There's some of the superintendent's time built in because he does work.
Right, I know that there's several, and I know there's significant percentages in some of them. So what I'm asking and getting at is, if those numbers change.
They typically do not.
So.
Sorry,
I'm
Don.
sorry.
Who determines the percentage? How is it determined to begin with? Did Andy determine that percentage out of each salary to come from the water fund?
Andy has helped develop those numbers based on his years in finance. And based on our hours of meter reading and how long it takes our employees to read the meters.
Is there a report that has been done or something that shows weekly or monthly how many hours each employee that's being tasked? Like literally somebody wrote down, I spent this much time on water today, this much time. So it's accurate, or is this just a guess? Does that make sense?
The hours are coded, correct? That employees spend?
They do not track their hours on what they work on. We know that for meter reads, it's 2 days a month.
So because I have all these same questions, and just for an example here on this one public comment we have, it's saying that, and correct it if this is wrong, that 50% of your salary is charged to that? Because I'd have a hard time believing that you work 50% on just water and sewer. Well, you do a lot of things, but I can't believe that 50% of all your time is taken on water and sewer.
I currently am spending about that much of my time on water and sewer between looking for grants for infrastructure repair which is a goal that the council gave me. And I am at least once or twice a week looking on websites, looking for grants for infrastructure repairs. That is working on water and sewer. I work on other things related to water and sewer, and about 50% of my time is working on water and sewer.
So I have a question about the fiscal year. We're about done. Well, I guess 25, 26. I'm sorry. Yeah, just answer my own question. I was thinking too much.
Yes. We got my jack from me.
Pull up a chair.
I appreciate you're shedding a lot of light on stuff. My concern without a rate study sitting out here, and I'm educated, it's not like I'm a hillbilly, I'm an educated person. I don't know how you guys can vote on something without the facts, the documentation, the numbers. I don't understand that. Because they're asking you to approve something tonight
Yeah.
without the detailed information. I mean, I feel like
We're not approving any rates right now. This is
Correct.
just providing direction for the next step in the rate study
So
process.
the reason we are provided with 3 scenarios here for a possible rate hike, right? Is so that we can give guidance to Sarah and say, our most favorite scenario is 1, 2, or 3. She then goes to task and brings that rate study to us. But
Okay.
if we tasked her with every single possibility of 30% start, 20% start, 10% start, it would cost us a lot more money.
Double.
okay, but how can you guys make a decision on what scenario to take without actual facts, numbers, details of a rate study?
Okay.
That's my
Okay,
concern.
I have a question that might put this all to bed. Who determines how this process goes and works? State of California, your company, the city? Who determines this process?
Rate setting in California is governed by Proposition 218, which was
Okay.
approved by voters in the mid 1990s and is encoded in Article 13D of the Constitution.
So we're not special here.
You are not, no.
Okay.
Every
So every city does this.
agency in California is governed by the same rules and regulations for property related fees, which include water and sewer rates.
Okay, thank you very much.
So they have to come up with have to approve a scenario without you giving them the facts. Everyone in the state of California. Okay, that
Yeah, because
that doesn't make sense.
I mean, I think it's because they can't give the facts unless it's based on the scenario we choose.
Yeah, paid for a report. I don't understand why we can't see it.
This is I know,
Okay.
but this is part
So
of it.
then the other part is she just said 50% of her salary goes to water and sewer. So the citizens of Plymouth are subsidizing her salary, her increase that she just got by increasing our water and sewer. I don't understand why 50% of her time is going to water and sewer. That doesn't make sense as a city manager. It does not. What should be in the water and sewer are the actual maintenance people that are working on water and sewer and doing that. You know, because there's administrative that you are supposed to oversee all along. It should be coming out of regular salaries, not our water and sewer rates. And we have to pay the cost for your salary. Thank you.
So if I understand right, that you've been working on this for about a year with the information that's been handed to you by the city.
Correct.
And I work with a lot of different jurisdictions. I just want to make clear that this process is very normal compared to how every agency does rate increases or rate studies.
That's what I was asking for, that clarification.
Yeah.
That we're not special here. This is the process. No, sorry.
You're very special, but this is the process.
Well, you know what I mean.
But I think the question that a lot of us are having is, and it seems like a lot of the public's having, I have, is how these numbers were reached on how much each employee's time is spent here. And because if those numbers were to be adjusted, as Councilwoman Cranford said, if we were to somehow decide that those numbers should be adjusted, that would change all of your numbers, then would it not? That's what we decided.
But we tasked her to give us 3 scenarios to work at, that would be a little softer for the public, so that she can.
I get that, but that's only the scenarios how we would, what percentage of the increase we
Right.
would install it
But that's
each
the next
year,
step.
but not if she's using the
But that's
proper numbers.
But
or
that's
not.
the next step, to give us the proper numbers.
No, what
No,
he's
it's not.
saying is, yes, that is the next step.
Yeah.
But what Dawn is saying, is that if we change the budget in 2 months, then these numbers are no longer accurate,
Exactly,
correct?
exactly.
If we change the way things are funded in the next 2 months, whatever, I'm just giving that number, then that changes this information.
Correct. And the information we've currently used in all of these scenarios that we've calculated come from the budget, which was approved by council. So just clarifying that that's where we're getting the information is from the city's budget for the water utility. That's where we receive the information. That's what's plugged in here. If you were to change and have a wildly different budget for the water utility for 25-26, then yes, that would change things here. I did want to make sure to mention that we have included in these projections increases, right? So obviously costs keep going up. So we have applied various inflators to the components of the costs. So some of those are, related to salary. Some of those are related to fuel or electricity or what have you. So we've applied appropriate inflators to those items to ensure that that there are increases in the budget. But if you were to wildly change the total funding or something of that nature, these numbers could change.
So since we're so close to a budget, redoing a budget or changing it possibly, shouldn't this maybe wait until we have a brand new budget? And with
What
a
does-
whole year behind, with a year in front of it instead of a month left in it? We're coming up on July 1st is coming up, or August 1st. And to do all these rate studies and all that on a previous budget that, and again, might change a little bit, might change a lot. Shouldn't we just wait? We are in a year, what's another month?
I feel we should. I agree with that.
That's up to your discretion in terms of whether you want to wait. It would delay the process and it would delay the effective date of your new rates. Because we still have to go through the same process with the notice public hearing and so forth. And so if we don't, we have to come back to you with additional scenarios after the new budget is approved. Obviously, that adds time to the process.
I think one of the important things.
Does that add, sorry, Dawn.
Oh, I was going to say, I think one of the important things for us to remember as a city council is in the actions that we take and the things that we do is to instill confidence in the citizens of this town that we're handling things properly, we're following the proper procedure. And I think that we're really investigating this because this is going to be a big hit to a lot of citizens and no matter what. But I think that I like what Councilwoman Cranford said and Councilmember Felina, that it makes a lot of sense. It seems like we are putting the cart before the horse a little bit on this without waiting. It's only a few weeks out. It's going to be July. And looking at the budget and then we know, then we're using the proper numbers.
I have one more other question before we have any further. If we do that, if we say we decided tonight to essentially kick the can down the road until we get the budget done, that then means you're redoing all of this, and is that an additional cost to the city or is that part of your contract?
I can update, if all we're talking about changing is your operation and maintenance budget, then I can update that information with no additional cost. But again, the timing issue I want to make sure you're aware of is that if you delay the effective date of your rates, you're not collecting that increased revenue
for however many months of delay there is.
Right.
I just want to make sure you understand all of those impacts.
Okay.
As you decide.
Okay.
But to me, I'd rather make sure that we're collecting the fair rate and the right rate, you know? And I think we do that by waiting to do a budget.
Mike? Okay.
Steve Pinotti. I think right now, I think time on task should be, I don't want to say levied, but I think Margaret should have a time on task on the water and sewer that she spends her time on. I mean, that's a lot of time. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I guess what's the wishes of the council at this
So-
point?
Let me just address the council. So at the next meeting, the budget is coming to the council for adoption, for discussion and adoption, so we can have it adopted by July 1st. The council had the workshop and Andy had taken what you said and he has amended things and put things into perspective. I will contact him tomorrow and he and I will look at allocations of time, especially my time, into the water and sewer fund, since that seems to be a concern. And we can delay this by the time it takes to adopt the budget and have MBS plug in the new numbers for the new budget, if that's the council's wish. With the council being aware that it delays the process and delays the increases. It's perfectly acceptable to me. And in the meantime, I can have the superintendent and the lead maintenance worker track their time as well in the next couple of weeks, just to have an idea of what they're spending on water and wastewater. And maybe have a better idea of what allocations should be for their time, since they weren't here in the last fiscal year. And we can go forward from there if that's the council's desire.
No. Okay, so before I close public comment, I also need to put in this is Amy Gomes also put in a letter, so I want that added into our. Any other public comment?
I'll also track
Your
my time.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other public comment before I close it? Okay, what's the wishes of the council? I close public comment.
Yeah.
What's the wishes of the council? I think we already gave direction. I think it's
Yeah, do I need to make a,
formal motion.
Andreas, do I need to make some sort of a motion to do all this? Or do you just take direction?
So all this in this case would be to just bring this back after the budget's
Yes,
been
yes,
adopted?
sir.
Yeah.
That would just be direction.
Okay,
Just direction.
And just to clarify, are we gonna save ourselves the time on going through
Yes.
sewer?
Yes.
let's not,
Yeah, we're not gonna do it. Yeah.
Okay.
We made this decision now and we're not gonna, beat it up twice in a row. Okay, so that would be a table to a future.
thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. So we go on to 7.2. Selection for landscape contractors for Zinfandel Service District. And I would say that is staff.
Yeah, we need to have up at the table. Matt? On April 11th, the city issued a request for proposals for the landscape maintenance services with Zinfandel Services District. A mandatory job walk followed, which was attended by 3 landscape contractors, all of whom submitted proposals by the May 8th deadline. The RFP process stipulated that proposals would be evaluated by the city representatives based on completeness of qualifications, with the opportunity to enter negotiations with a top-ranked proposer to finalize a service agreement. Bids were received from New Image Landscape Company out of Fremont for $7,255 a month or $87,060 annually. California Landscape and Design Incorporated from Elk Grove for $6,000 a month or $72,000 annually. And Cypress Landscape out of Antioch for $5,000 a month or $60,000 annually. For context, the CFD has an annual operating revenue of approximately $141,000, providing sufficient funding capacity for any of the submitted bids. To promote transparency and incorporate community preferences, proposal materials excluding cost sheets were shared with the Zinfandel Ridge Homeowners Association president and a community review committee selected by the HOA. The HOA expressed a preference for New Image Landscape Company with California Landscape and Design as their second choice. Based on proposal evaluations and feedback from the HOA, staff from Weber Gio and Associates is requesting authorization to begin negotiations with New Image Landscape Company as the preferred contractor. If negotiations with New Image do not result in a finalized agreement, Weber Gio seeks authorization to initiate discussions with California Landscape and Design as the alternative. Staff recommends the council hears from the Zinfandel HOA this evening to further inform the discussion. The city engineer who has overseen the process from the outset is present and available to address any technical questions or concerns and questions the council has. With that, I'm available to answer any additional questions and would appreciate council directions on how to proceed on this item. Matt?
Thank you, Margaret. Good job. I think she clarified everything well. I'm here to answer any questions. And I think Jim's here too. He wants to kind of weigh in too. So maybe we'll let Jim speak, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer anything.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you, folks. Yes, my name is Jim LeQuinn. My wife and I have lived at Zinfandel Ridge for the last roughly 5.5 years. And I'm here representing my fellow homeowners as well. When we moved up here, first of all, this is actually a really big day for me because I've been working on this, trying to get a RFP out or addressing the landscape needs and lack thereof of Zinfandel Ridge for at least 2 years now. I mean, this is my file of conversations I've had with different folks, Kathleen Johnson and some other folks. So with that, what I'd like to say is when we moved here, we were intending to move into an upscale community, well-groomed. Many folks in the community have moved from other equally nice places. Now that the homes are built, and we realized that we were moving into a Melrose community, namely a pretty good chunk of money in addition to property taxes and whatnot. Okay, well, now that we're here and the homes have been built, quite frankly, I'm embarrassed of how the landscaping has been done in our community. In all fairness to the city, they've tried to maintain the property, but it's really a situation where it needs a team of landscapers. The city simply doesn't have that adequate. And when they do come out, they're being pulled away from other jobs that the city need to do with their hours. So accordingly, it just simply hasn't been up to our expectations. Okay, so back to the big day. The CFD funds, we had a lot of concerns of how they could be used, where they were in the past, and what account they sat in. It's been determined that the main focus is for repairing and replacing, and in this case, the deficiencies from the city's actions. The previous landscaper didn't show up. There was a loosey-goosey at best arrangement to the best of our understanding. And quite frankly, many trees died, shrubs died. What you see there is just, it's just an embarrassment. So with that, we have, through the coordination of several folks in this room, we got the RFP out, we got responses back, very nice job. But with that, with the committee that I'm part of, and I'm kind of the lead for the HOA on the landscape activities. We believe New Image is going to solve this problem. They have a history of it, and really truly, with New Image and addressing the RFP, we feel that they're going to bring Zinfandel Ridge, the park, and the city park, Zinfandel Parkway, back up to the expectations that we thought we were purchasing into. And collectively, it's a good thing for the community, right? Because we do pump a lot of money back to the coffers. So with that said, thank you for your time.
Thank you. After him.
Good evening, City Council and city representatives. My name is Rick Toy, and I'm a resident at Zinfandel Ridge. And I'm grateful to have the opportunity here to express some of the thoughts that I have in mind in regards to the maintenance contract that may be forthgoing out to New Image. I've had the opportunity, and I'm grateful that we've had the opportunity to review the proposals that were submitted to the city from 3 different contractors. Before I even began the review of the proposals, and in the future, if I have to review anything else like proposals, I would like to receive the RFP first so that I can review the RFP and compare it to the proposals that the contractors have submitted. That way, I'll know whether or not if the contractors fully addressed the RFP. And before the RFP is actually submitted too, I would like for our community to have the opportunity to review the RFP to verify its completeness and whether it fulfills all the needs that we may have for our community, because I think that's really important. And lastly, I think we would like to see the bids from the 3 proposals too before, as we're doing our evaluation. Solely because I think, you know, the bids and the proposals, they all tie together. They have to be we have to be fiscally responsible. And I know the city council will try to do that. We'll base the reviews on the proposals, on the quality and the fullness of how they responded to the RFPs. And so when you vote tonight to move forward, and hopefully we'll move forward with New Image as the proposed contractor, I hope that you have a stipulation to negotiate with the contractor to have a ramp off maybe after a 1-year review. Because right now, the contract is proposed to be a 3-year contract. But I like to have an opportunity for the city to have a ramp off after 1-year review, because I wouldn't be stuck with this contractor for 3 years if they're not performing properly. And I'm sure the city won't like that either. And so we need to have an opportunity to have that, part of the contract for a ramp off to get rid of them if they're not responding properly. And I think that's pretty much all I had here. So, but thank you. Okay.
Is that something Andreas could address real quick, or has read through this? His concern?
Which one?
Yeah, which one?
Well, I meant as far as the length of the contract and if it would be, if
For any agreement, we would put in language if they're not performing, there would be grounds for termination. That would just.
That's just normal.
Very standard, yeah.
Language, yeah.
And we don't have a standard agreement either with them, so I think we can probably tailor that to fit.
Yeah, we can work in language with the agreement that we would ultimately reach with them, yeah.
So just to add a few things, I do believe we provided the RFP to Greg, so you must not have got it. So sorry about that. But I did review all 3 proposals. Everybody submitted everything that was required. One item that was not in the RFP, which I left out on purpose, was the replacement of some of the existing trees and plants that are dead and kind of need to be replaced. And talking with the three contractors, it was like, hey, this is gonna be extra work anyway, so my thought was, let's get a contractor selected, and it's gonna be a change order anyway to come in and replant all this work. So it was kind of a separate item, so that's why it was left out of the RFP. There's some discussions we need to have with the HOA regarding what is considered replacement and what's considered an improvement. So their landscape architect put together a really nice plan, but it had a lot more items in there that I thought personally were not a part of the original landscape plan. So that still needs to kind of be hashed out, but I don't see any issues there. Also, this isn't a typical public works contract, low bid type situation. The way I wrote the RFP, it was strictly qualifications based. And so that's why we didn't give the prices to the HOA. We wanted them to, see, who they thought was the best fit. And we can go and negotiate with these guys. So really, it came down to more of a qualification based thing than the price. So now that we have a selected preferred contractor, we can go talk with them, negotiate, and come up with the best price and best fit for the HOA.
I have a question.
Yep.
I noticed the location of all three of these. Immediately, to me, picking somebody in the Bay Area is cause for concern just for
Yeah.
if they'll
So that was
make it up here. I mean, I don't know. Is that a concern?
That was my concern. I actually like the Elk Grove guy, he's close. But apparently New Image and Boone might remember when we met with these guys, I think they said they're opening a yard in Sacramento, but I don't know if it was dependent on them getting this job or not, or if they already have the yard there. I don't know. Jim, did you?
Yeah, if you go to their website, New Image, you'll see they have 8 locations. They have, I believe, 250 people is the estimate, what they posted, but they have an office, what they deem an office in Sacramento. Because I addressed that in our meetings, and I had the same concern, quite frankly, because what are we doing with Fremont? All right.
Right, that's a long drive to landscape.
Reality is they are a Sacramento facility. They understand the distance here. I did some research trying to get some interest level right prior to submit to the RFP. A lot of folks did give you the pushback. It's like, whoa, where are you guys? Quite frankly. So absolutely great point. Great question.
Yeah, this was posted on public purchase, which is any local agency. It's a widely used website, and you can put any kind of jobs, everything on there. And I think there was over 100 people viewed it, landscape contractors. So there was good exposure to it. But we only had 3 show up to the mandatory job block.
For what it's worth, I see New Image trucks around Sacramento almost every day of the week. So they're definitely in the region.
Thank you.
And this is just a point of clarification. Does the HOA pay for this, or does the city of Plymouth pay for this? The contract?
Comes out of the
RFP pays
CFP.
for it.
RFP pays for it, but who pays for the RFP?
Shenandoah.
So the Zinfandel Ridge? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
My only concern was already brought up, and I had spoken to Matt right before our meeting started, but my main concern is that I don't want to be locked into a 3-year contract. I think that should be negotiable item that we may revisit after 1 year of service. And to Andreas's point, there will be a clause in that for that, and I would strongly suggest also to negotiate the pricing, certainly. I don't have any other questions or concerns.
Right.
So I'm kind of new to this because I probably noticed our maintenance crew down there maybe 4 months ago. But how do we get involved in an HOA?
We're not involved in an HOA.
Why?
But ZR has an HOA, and we are the acting CFD board for Zinfandel Ridge. So we have conversations with their HOA so that we can make these types of decisions. Yeah,
Well, what he's expecting, you got a company coming all the way up here.
that they pay a large tax every year on their homes for that.
It's an additional tax.
An
on top of the
additional tax. It's
put in
about
place.
$2,300 a year.
So is it just their landscaping? Who's responsible for their roads, water leaks?
You missed
See if
that
folks-
meeting.
I guess I did.
We had a whole meeting
But
about
we're
that,
not
Rob.
responsible for any of their road work and
Yes,
But they're paying for it.
yes.
they're paying for it.
With the Millery's, they're paying some of the residents up there, I don't know, so $2,000 a year.
For us doing that, correct? There's a city park up.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, you have a park up there. You can visit anytime you want.
You did. Hot damn.
You need to put in one of your little book things up there.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna close public comment unless there's any last minute public comment. All right, I'm closing public comment. What's the council wishes?
I will motion to approve the selection for landscape contractor for the Zinfandel Ridge Services District. And the recommendation as follows. I don't have to read all that, do I, Andreas?
You can just go with you move staff's recommended action.
Yep, that.
Can I interject real quick? I do have a request that either myself and Rusty, because we sit on the ZR ad hoc committee, and Jim LeQuinn, because he oversees the landscape committee, that we're included in future communications. We don't have to sit on every meeting, but just communications. Can I make an addendum to that?
You're basically not cold, that's right.
What, like the contract negotiations or what kind of communications are you talking?
Just to stay in the loop, yeah, with updates, with
Your point.
going forward, if we are having an issue or if
Clarify
Jim's
for
having
me
an
which
issue,
committee you sit on?
the ZRCFD.
Okay,
And since CFD funds are being spent,
okay.
Rusty and I
That
would
would be
love to
fine.
know and stay in the know.
That should be fine.
Thank you.
All right. Second?
Second.
Councilmember Cranford,
Aye.
Councilmember Felina,
Aye.
Councilmember Hornish,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunn,
Aye.
Mayor Amoruso.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Yep. Okay, we move on to 7.3, adopt resolution 2025-13, approving the list of proposed projects to be funded by the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation account, RMRA, funds for the fiscal years of 2025-26, as required by the California Transportation Commission, CTC, for funding eligibility under the Local Streets and Roads Funding Program. That's a mouthful.
This item pertains to the annual submittal required by the Roads Repair and Accountability Act of 2017, also known as SB 1. The act established the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Act, RMRA, to provide consistent funding to cities and counties for the maintenance and rehabilitation of local transportation infrastructure. To be eligible to receive these funds, cities must adopt and submit a list of proposed projects at regular public meeting by July 1st of each year. This item was first brought to the council on May 8th, and you requested it to be brought back tonight for further discussion, specifically regarding the potential inclusion of a segment of Old Sacramento Road and to receive public comment on potential other projects. The council expressed interest in adding a small portion of Old Sacramento Road to this project's list. While this is certainly possible, I'd like to note that the total allocation of RMRA this year is $63,413, which would only allow us to address a very short stretch of roadway. In comparison, the full 1.3 mile segment from Landrum to the western property line of the sewer plant is estimated to cost approximately $1.698 million to fully rehabilitate. Given this, while we can list Old Sacramento Road, it's important to understand that the available funding under this program will not significantly advance that project. However, the city is actively pursuing other funding sources. The full Old Sacramento Road Rehabilitation Project is currently being submitted to the Amador County Transportation Commission as part of their ongoing call for projects. This roadway is a high priority not only due to its condition, but because it serves as a major evacuation route for Plymouth and the surrounding region, further elevating its importance for regional safety. There were no public comments received between the May 8th meeting and today regarding this item. However, the council will still need to open the floor for public comment this evening prior to taking any action. With that, I'm available to answer any questions and receive direction on how the council would like to proceed with the final project list.
Okay, with that being said, I will open up public comment. Any public comment? You wanna get up here and talk? Okay.
No.
Okay. I close public comment. Oh, Mike, that's right. Okay. Is this on this item?
On fixing up Old Sacramento Road?
Yeah. Cause I'm gonna give you the time later that you're requesting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is only
Okay,
on this.
I was making sure.
Yes. So I don't know exactly where the project starts and ends on Old Sacramento Road, but it's just something I've been talking to members of the community on is maybe working on a safe routes to school coming up from Richie's Trailer Park there. And if Old Sacramento Road is going to be worked on, it might be worth working with the school district and trying to get another grant and seeing if, I don't know what wave of safe routes we're on right now. I don't know if I lost track from when I was working on it last time, but might be worth looking into that and getting a nice trail coming up on the north side, whether or not you have a light or two. But connecting in them, I don't know how many children live in that trailer park, honestly, but I know it is expanding. And so we do have more people that we could bring into the city. So if something is going to be torn up on that road, that's something to consider if we can do an SRTS. And I've talked to the fires with Rowan's, other people, Ashley back here about it too, and just kind of, and the Moody's. So it's just something that I've been thinking about. So if you guys are working on it, maybe just consider that part of it in the future. Thank you.
63.
Is the resolution.
Rosemary Marino Moody. At the last meeting, you guys were all shocked that we were responsible for Old Sacramento Road. So did you guys get clarification out of that? Because I know you asked for it. I mean, we haven't heard anything on it.
We did. We got an email. Margaret emailed about when it was put in place with the past council. Was it Zinfandel Ridge? Yeah. When all that development was negotiated, it was done during that time, and she did provide us with that information.
It was done with LAFCO when Zinfandel Ridge was incorporated into the city.
Okay, but I thought that we weren't going to take possession of that until the final phase was done, which they're not going to do now. The backside that came down, which I'm very familiar with because I had to deal with Zinfandel Ridge at my work. And that was my understanding, because when I was trying to set up routes, we were talking about that road, and they said that that road wasn't going to come through until that final phase, but I hear they're not going to do it. So why did we take possession of it? And if the county gave it up, why did they give it to us in this repair?
I've run rounds with
This repair. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that we're accepting the county to just give it to us when that road's not coming through. And so the city of Plymouth is not adding any additional traffic onto Old Sacramento Road through Zinfandel Ridge. It's not happening.
Oh,
The way I read this,
this is all the information that the road is accepted in 2012.
Right, and that's when they first came in and started
And
to
that's
build.
when the county gave Plymouth the road in 2012 through this resolution number 2012-01.
But the county's been maintaining it since 2012. Because I've had to deal with.
It says in here,
Shoot,
county and city
Sacramento Road.
coordinate maintenance activities and encroachment permits on Old Sacramento Road between the city wastewater treatment parcels and the existing city limits at the west end of Main Street in a timely manner. Efficiently plan and construct roadway maintenance and improve projects. So this has been in place for quite some time.
But
And
the,
yes,
but
I
the county
agree.
was still, the county was still doing maintenance down there.
I agree with this. Back in that time,
Mm-hmm.
that when number 9 pops up, road services and responsibilities along Old Sacramento Road from the city limits to the wastewater treatment plant are best managed by Plymouth. Conditions of approval are added to ensure the adequacy of the road's services on Old Sacramento Road. And then I'd like to ask the city council back then, who thought this was a good idea for Plymouth, who doesn't have a large budget, to accept all that road into their road inventory?
Right, I mean,
There's questions that I
doesn't
can't
make
answer
sense.
because I wasn't on the city council at that time.
because it's not even in our city limits. So we're maintaining a road that's not even in Plymouth city limits. It's county. Right?
So, I mean, I know we're getting off track a little bit, but I think that the city, in my personal opinion, should do everything that they can to get out of this agreement, if there is a way.
Well, that would be for our attorney.
But, I mean, that's gonna be another time, I think, because
Yeah.
we're getting off track.
Obviously, yes. That's a future. Could be a future agenda item.
Do we want to do a head nod that that's a future agenda item, or does someone want to request it during agenda time?
I have it on my list.
Of course you do.
A question on that. On the Old Sacramento Road thing, though, the final, he's got the email down there. I remember reading about it. It was the final, when we finally took it over completely, was just how long ago?
Well.
No. When we finally, though, when they basically said they walk away, they weren't gonna have any more responsibility. That was more recent, but it was before we started as council. Yeah. I'm trying to figure what the date on that was.
I don't know.
Since
the county, my understanding is the county still has that listed. I don't know if it just hasn't been changed, but the county still has that listed as a county road and their responsibility. So I'm wondering, I know we have all this information saying it's not, but I'm just curious about that, why it's still showing up as county responsibility.
I think we're a little far from our agenda
Yeah,
item.
yeah,
but
we're starting
this-
to-
I'm hearing all of this and I can take a look at it.
My question would be to Boone, did you work on this too? Did you work on this? This agenda item? Your name's on here. And I'm just wondering if you had any input. 7.3.
So it's been brought to attention the cost of redoing it. And with the 63,000 available that we have and just mobilization, it's roughly 50,000. So with what we have, we wouldn't really get anything done.
What would be your recommendation of what we should do with the $63,000?
I would say I mean, it would be really nice to get that taken care of, Old Sac, but with the budget we have, we gotta utilize it where we can. And I think that 5-way is very unsafe. Trying to figure out a plan there and utilize what we have until possibly finding grants or, like it's going through, Amador County Transportation to possibly then complete the rehabilitation of Old Sacramento Road.
So the two projects listed on 7.3, are they fully funded with the SB1 stuff to get those two done? If I understand right? Or these two projects just fully funded?
No, they won't be fully funded. We'll still have to look for some additional grant funding.
Okay.
I need to correct a statement I made. This year's RMRA money is 26,941. To get to the 64 is what we have saved from previous years to add up to that 64.
Thank you.
What's the total cost of these two projects put together?
I don't believe we have a price for the other project at this time.
Which one do you have a price for?
For the
That's Old Sacramento Road.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't talking Old Sacramento Road. I think that's gonna be a different subject, correct? I was just talking
Yeah.
about the two.
Yes, I have a price for 49 and mill, but I don't have it
That's
with me. I'm sorry.
I mean, am I totally out of line to be thinking that we might table this?
No,
Since there's so many questions.
I think we can make a decision on. So basically, let me ask this, if these two projects right here, so we're dealing with, looks like one's a safety issue, one's a maintenance issue. So to me, the safety thing would be the more important one. And that would be at Mill, because I've tried to walk across that going on my walks around town, and I know I have a lot of friends that do. And you're looking back over your shoulder the whole time. I agree with what was said in the previous meeting. People do come off the highway flying. So I think my opinion would be that we basically, for, not that it's not important, the Landrum Street thing is, but table that for something that we do later and just look at this 49 and Mill thing with money that we have.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just to get it on the list to get funding for it. This is not approving the project.
Right.
Correct. This is just to have the projects on the list. And
To get
doesn't
money.
mean we have to fund them
Yeah.
this year.
Yeah.
It just means we can use the funding on these projects if we don't have any other funding.
Thank you.
Pretty
Okay,
good.
thanks for that clarification.
Okay, make a motion.
I move.
Do we have to do, no, we already did public comment. Yeah, we did.
We're getting tired.
I know. Well, never mind. No, we already did it. You already got your shot.
Are we ready for a motion?
And it's actually
Alright.
resolution 11, not 13. It was a typo on the agenda, but it's actually resolution 11.
Oh, okay.
Are we looking for a
Okay.
motion?
I'll do it.
Okay.
I motion to adopt resolution 2025-11. Is that what you said, Margaret? Approving the list of proposed projects to be funded by the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account, RMRA funds for the fiscal year 25-26 as required by the California Transportation Commission. Sorry, for funding eligibility under the Local Streets and Roads Funding Program.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Cranford,
Aye.
Councilmember Felina,
Aye.
Councilmember Hornish,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunn,
Aye.
Mayor Amoruso.
All right.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Matt. All right, so 7.4. Wendy, you're on.
Do you want to do a staff report first?
Okay.
So since the March discussion, I did an analysis and did a total of the items, which is in your staff report. What I didn't do was, the key advantages include cost savings, operational efficiency, and flexibility. There are some drawbacks that include longer meetings, less public participation in person potentially, and special meetings which only require 24-hour notice and not giving as much time to deliberate or as much notice to the public. If the council decides to move to one meeting a month, staff will need to prepare a draft ordinance to amend the municipal code and adjust the official meeting calendar accordingly. There is a proposed schedule included in the council packet, just as a reference. An alternative option could, should the council not prefer to reduce the meetings to once per month, is to reschedule standing meetings to swap the council to the first and third and the planning commission to the second and fourth, which would alleviate the current conflicts with the city attorney on the second Thursday of the month. And you also have the options to stay with the status quo. So at this, I would turn it over to Councilmember Cranford to add any comments that she has, and I can answer any questions that you have as well.
Yeah, so I brought this up a few months back with the intention of cost savings. But after hearing the public's comments on it and also spending a little more time on city council, I think I was premature in making that request. And you'll find that I'm very comfortable admitting mistakes. So I really think it would be a mistake to go to one meeting a month at this point. We just have too much that needs to be covered, and I was a little overzealous possibly on the hope of doing that. Also, I would like to request that we swap with Planning Commission and do the first and third Thursdays of the month. I have spoke to two of the planning commissioners, and they both said that it was not an issue for them. Since so many planning commission meetings are canceled, it seems to be a non-issue for them. I'm happy to hear from all of them before we made a decision like that. However, I know that having consistency with the same city attorney would be a good thing. And I know that he is free, not that we don't love you, Andreas, but I know that he is free on the first and third Thursdays of the month, which would be the planning commission dates, as you stated earlier. So it'd essentially be a swap. And then of course that has to be, an ordinance has to be changed, and there's some stuff, but it sounds to me like probably by August, we could have that in place if we move forward with that to approve that tonight.
Okay. I'm all for swapping to have consistency and staying with the 2 meetings a month.
And I'm fine with that too, but we need to do public comment. So with that being said, I'm going to enter a letter from Amy Gomes.
Me and Rusty get a chance to talk on it?
You will. Did I jump the gun? You didn't.
Well, no, when he talked to me and Rusty still out there, and then you went to that.
Launched right into public comment. So I'm putting this letter in. Okay, go Don.
Yeah, my only question, I've been fairly opposed to the one meeting a month for all the reasons that were listed all along. And my only question on the moving to the first and third, I like the idea that was brought up because I do want to have the consistency, the same attorney. My question would just be, are we sure that that would make no conflict and that would last long term, that there would be no conflict? Because I wouldn't want to go and do this and then there's another conflict, you know what I'm saying? And we did it for nothing. It's
Frank currently, I don't think would have a conflict on the first and third.
long term.
Long term.
Okay.
I know that you've had me for quite a few meetings now, and I know I have a conflict on the third Thursday currently. So that might introduce another variable going forward. If there were a conflict for Frank on the third Thursday, I wouldn't be available those nights.
We have Joanne, right?
The planner just texted in that she has a conflict with swapping for the fourth Thursday for a time period. She didn't specify for what time period, but right
Why don't
now,
we just table this till we can
right
figure
now
out?
she has a conflict.
Well, why don't we could go ahead and vote on, or, well, I guess we just say we're not, I guess.
I say just table it for now. And we'll come back with,
Yeah, we'll leave it status quo. We're still gonna do our 2 meetings a month, but as far as the changing it, we could readjust.
right, but we need to get
Yeah.
some other things buttoned down.
We should still take public comment, but
Yeah, so I'll take public comment, yeah. So I open up for public comment. Come on, Michael.
Yeah. We have candy in those pockets. I do.
I like having 2 meetings a month. I don't know. I've been coming to all these meetings for years and I'm kind of used to it. I don't know if there's another similar sized city that has switched to it. I would if you guys are thinking about doing it, I would just like to see another example of a city similar to ours that meets once a month. But I like 2 meetings a month. It's nice.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
City of Williams meets once a month. They're roughly of an equivalent size.
Amador City also only meets once a month, but there are only 93 people.
All the other towns besides Elmer City are 2, and I think 2 is the standard, and I would like to stay with that.
Who's pretty standard, yes.
Any other public comment? If not, I'm closing public comment. Rusty, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, there is, because since we get to sit on other committees, the Amador Transportation Committee also meets the first Thursday of every month. And their meetings are usually 3 to 4 hours long. So just to throw that in.
Sounds like it. For now. Unless we find a better thing later.
I have a question before we move on. Andreas, are you available on the 4th Thursday of the month? So we could just tell Frank to skip rocks.
You could theoretically do that, yes. And I believe this month he actually does have a conflict.
He does. So you'll be here on the.
I will.
I say that anything after 10, decorum goes out the window.
Well, the other thing is, are we locked into Thursdays? You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
We
it
can
could
figure
be
that out.
a Tuesday or a Wednesday. I'd have some conflicts on Wednesday nights, but.
Just as a general comment, Tuesday availability generally is very poor. So that's bar none, the most popular night for public meetings. So I would encourage staying away from Tuesdays.
Darius,
Okay.
do you like us enough to be here twice a month?
Of course I do.
He gets to speak German with.
It's a good answer.
All right, we're just gonna table. All right, so now we're gonna move on to council, staff and communications. Now, this is where I'm gonna switch it up a little bit because Michael had another meeting this evening during public comment. He went through the proper chain of command before he came to me and asked me if he could stand up and make a statement. So he went to Miss Vicky first, then he went to Margaret, and then he came to me. So I'm gonna make an exception for Mike to come up and have his 3 minutes. We're almost there. We're really close.
Yes, and in this capacity, I'm speaking as treasurer. So that hat. And I'd just like to say in the last few months, I've it's not really enjoyment, but I have enjoyed meeting the different finance officers from different cities in the county and talking to the different cities about the role of the treasurer and things like that, and coming up with a boilerplate kind of idea of what you would get as a monthly treasurer's report. And I do look forward to when all of the audits are done and everything is reconciled with the bank and caught up. And then we can move forward with that part of the job. And in the meantime, though, I've looked at some paperwork and a lot of numbers and of other cities, and it's done real clean in a couple places, and it's interesting how the role varies city by city for when you have an accountant, finance officer, and treasurer. So just been doing some fact finding, doing that in the meantime. And that's really about it. That's been the past few months. So along with working at school and even today, 3 or 4 hours at school on top of this. So, all right. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Michael.
Yep.
Okey dokey. Ms. Margaret, you're up.
Sorry, I know it's a long night, but I have a lot.
Of course you do.
I attended the ACTC Regional Traffic Mitigation Fee Program Oversight Committee, and we discussed the RTMF Nexus Proportionality Study Report, the 24-25 RTMF Fund Project Programming, and the Sutter Creek Ranch Gold Rush Ranch Referral Package. The Plymouth Elementary School principal stated that they have extended summer school and the ELOP, which is happening at their campus until August 1st. So their playground will be locked because students are using it on campus. They know that's been an issue with us in the past, so they just wanted to make us aware that their playground will be locked. I have an update on the 4th of July. So the additional insurance costs for us will be only $849, which was a deal. As of yet, no deputies have signed up for the overtime, but the undersheriff assured me that he will assign people to be here for the event. As he stated it previously, it could end up being sergeants, and that'll be a higher rate. I just want head nods and confirm that the council did want it to be okay to have alcohol at the event.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. We are having to make some additional signage for our risk management company, telling that people are attending at their own risk and that the city's not taking responsibility. That's one of the coverage things. And so we're having signs made. We are doing something new with our waivers. We're going to have people that can sign up for the trucks, tractors and trikes parade, the waivers ahead of time by going to the newly created webpage on our website. They can click on a QR code or click on a link and go to it and fill it out ahead of time. Or they can fill out the form on iPads day of, or they can do old fashioned and do paper day of. But there is now a dedicated webpage for the 4th of July event that has all the details. Don't forget Taco Tuesdays with Armando's in McGee Park. The pool has been open since the 8th, and there have been good numbers attending. And I'd also like to give a big thank you to the Zinfandel Ridge residents and the others who donated to the fund for pool passes, in which there were many families that have benefited in receiving those passes for the pool.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, Mayor and Council members reports. Rusty.
I attended the Amador Transportation Committee. That was last Thursday. Getting used to it. There's a lot of information that travels through that place, and the group in there, the other board of directors, are very knowledgeable. Thank you, Mr. Plass, for that. Plasses. It's great. So I'm glad to see that you're going, Margaret, for that RTMF. I'm getting used to all these acronyms to help out with the road situation. Along with that, there's the bus end of it, and it was formally adopted that Sacramento is there's no longer a bus route in between here and Sacramento. And they're working on ways to try to fix it, but as of right now, there's none. The other meeting I attended was the air pollution, the Air Resources Board. Apparently that's the first time the city of Plymouth ever showed up to one. So they were happy to see me. Their quick meetings are only about a half hour to an hour over at the county office. There's staff of 2, so it goes in a hurry. And so they're working on their budget, and they're under budget this year, so they're fully funded with grants and this and that, and they're coming out with a program here shortly to help. This is through the state. When it launches, I'll pass on the information. I'm sure we'll all get it anyway, where they're going to try and help low income folks buy electric cars and whatnot. So that's all I have for that.
Okay, for council member reports, I attended the ACRA meeting and it was interesting. They're going through a really rough time, as you kind of heard tonight, during their presentation. I definitely think that we should support them in our budget for the next year. It's kind of a make it or break it year for them. They're either gonna stay agency or they're gonna, I think, end up in insolvency. So it was an interesting meeting and lots of good information. And the three ladies who were kind of running the show prior to the head guy being there, they were doing all the behind the scenes work, and he left and they took over as three directors over different departments. So who we heard from tonight is recreation, and then we've got a parks and rec person, and then there's like a finance and administrative person. So I think that they're gonna be okay, and I think they're gonna do better. They've got a lot of try. So I just wanted to report on that. I also wanted to mention, where is it in here? Oh, no. I'll come back to it when I find it. Okay, so fair booth. I am apparently in charge of the fair booth because nobody else volunteered. So, I, I will be putting together the fair booth in the Mercantile Building. I've already contacted some of the doers in the community that can build things because I have high hopes. This is my official plan for for the fair booth at this moment, but I have big ideas and we'll see if
Robert's got a question for you.
Oh no. They took them all out?
You gotta go in. It's empty, there's no booths, you're gonna have to come up with your own plan.
Sounds like you're volunteering to help. So
As an ex-employee.
yeah,
Or brand new, that's all new.
I haven't been in there. Oh, praise Jesus for the air conditioning. Okay, so anyway, I've got plans. I've rounded up some folks and I'm reaching out to some more and hopefully gonna have a meeting about that this next week. Also, I noticed on future meeting agendas that I don't know if this is the right spot to bring this up, but we'll just, maybe I'll wait till agendas.
No, just get it done.
Okay, that it says we won't have a council meeting, that it's usually canceled on July 24th because of fair, but this year fair is late, so we actually can have that. Fair is the week after that. So we can actually have that meeting. I know you all probably want to hit me, but we can have it. You want to have two meetings, we're having two meetings. So it shouldn't be a conflict at all because I'm a fair mom and we don't really start rolling in there until Monday. So should be fine. And is that it for my council member report? Oh, Margaret, you mentioned getting shade sails, the cool shade sails we have up over the swimming pool now.
Yes, and I had a comment today that those shade sails are much cooler than the shade sails that were up last year.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you think we could get those same shade sails put up in the park before a farmer's market starts?
What do you think?
We would have to source quite a bit of materials.
Okay.
As we used materials we already had to build that. But I can definitely look into it and get a timeline.
Okay, if you could maybe put together how much it would cost and all that. Do we have
Absolutely.
3 head nods?
Farmers market starts in August.
No. August?
Yeah.
July. Oh yeah, after fair, after fair. Yeah, sorry.
Absolutely, I'll work on that.
Thanks, Boone.
What?
Which
I don't know, I'm not in charge. Okay, shade sales. Oh, and then the last thing is the Chamber of Commerce is having a Amador County birthday celebration dinner on Saturday, June 28th from 6 to 9 at Kennedy Gold Mine. So, it's $40 a person. Children under 10 are free. You can go to amadorchamber.com to get tickets. So I got this in the mail and I just wanted to make sure I made an announcement about it.
Okay.
So most of the things that I was working on with Zinfandel Ridge on the RFP and the CFD funds, we've already talked about, so that's covered. The only thing I'd like to note is, because I keep forgetting about it, is that the Amador County of Tourism is looking for representation from us, but I think it's Thursday mornings. I'll double check. I'll get back to you, but I just want to put it out there.
Any future agenda items?
No.
Okay, you're up.
The only thing I, was gonna tell the city manager, but I'll just bring it up to everybody. The, Veterans Park out here, there's land next to it, the Veterans Park. And I had talked to some of the people out there, like Jim Weiss and stuff, have been interested in that maybe someday we could get that other parcel. And I brought it up to you one time. I was gonna tell you, I actually a few weeks ago reached out to John Emerson, who tells me that when things are all settled, that will be his property. And I explained to him that it would be really nice for the city to be able to add that to the park. And he seemed to like that idea. And he told me that he has too much on his plate right now. He has a lot going on, but he said that'd be something down the road that he would definitely, I think he said he would give us, the city, the first right of refusal on that, to purchase that from him and notify us. And my thought is we shouldn't wait until he calls, that you could possibly see if there's gonna be any block grant or parks funds or something like that would be available. And, I don't know, figure what a fair market value would be for that, but so we could kind of have that in place, because he is saying that he would give us the first shot, the city, on that property. And I know that, I think a lot of people would like, it would be a benefit to the city to add that.
And I've got nothing, so. Right. Looks like we're gonna go into closed session.
Agenda item.
Well, I asked y'all as you went.
Didn't ask me.
We told you we're going, so it goes to.
I know,
Cancel
but then you-
reports, and then we do the future agenda.
Fine. Future agenda items. Confusing.
Yes. I'd like to see Old Sacramento Road discussion put on the agenda.
Yes.
It's not officially on there. And then the other thing is, I noticed, in Margaret's, the report,
You need to see.
well,
For the old back thing.
taking it over and the repair and maintenance and just general discussion. I think it's big enough to, warrant its own, line.
I'd request the expectation not be that for the next meeting. I think I'm gonna need a little extra time to
Yeah.
dig into
That's
everything.
fine with me. The other thing I have is in the report that you emailed out to us, that the 49er Trailer Village, the permit or use permit's coming up in a meeting on 7/10. Is it possible to move that up to 6/26? No, okay. Okay, no, I just wanted to ask. Oh, no, okay, I understand. Okay, just wanted to ask. Thank you. That's all I have.
Andy?
Okay, I have two things. One is I was going through these future agenda items and kind of just looking at them. And I thought maybe now would be appropriate time to bring up, for the September 11th meeting, you have listed the CC 029 and CC 030 policies. And I contacted Margaret about these because when I went to the city website to look these policies up, they didn't exist. And she said it was because those were the past council's desire to have those put on the agenda at some point, and so she was adding them. But after hearing kind of the context of both of these, I think that they should just be removed. I don't think that there should be any issue with using electronic devices during a council meeting. If I need to use my laptop to look something up, I don't see an issue with that. And then the email use for city council boards and commissions, it was basically trying to put policy around who we can and can't email, was my understanding in regards to certain boards and commissions. So I just think that maybe those, unless this council has a desire to see those, we could just remove those because that's work that the city manager would be doing, leading up to that agenda item. So, and then my second agenda item is I would like to request for us to put on the agenda to consider removing the ad hoc committee for the tribe and have all matters or tribe and casino related come before the full council. We could have a discussion about that possibly on June 26th.
We've got 3 on that. Yep. Yep.
And I don't know if the CC 030 and 029 have to be agendized or if that's just a decision that I don't know how that works. Yeah, if okay, so you can just remove it. Okay, cool. I didn't know if it had to go on the agenda to be removed. Okay, cool. Cool. That was it.
Holger? I had already made this one, but I'd like to see it moved up. It matters a lot to people, is the Zoom access. Discussing, going back to it. That's it for tonight for me.
All right, thank you. And I've got nothing. Oxy. Always Oxy.
What?
Access.
Oh, that's what you want put on?
Yeah. But that's all right. So with that, I think we're gonna go into closed session. Thank you. Thank you.